Open your mind.
Peace, everyone. You may have noticed the super chat icon is missing because T.P.O.T has been demonetized. Yes, so if you would like to show your support, we would really appreciate it. If so, you have to use the Cash App or StreamYard donation tab. We won't let the speech police at YouTube stop you from showing your support to T.P.O.T. Remember, StreamYard, and Cash App is how you donate to T.P.O.T. Thank you.
And one more thing, folks. Kiss my black ass, YouTube. Now back to the show.
You know.
Open your mind.
A community is where you control your belief, control your power, you control your education, you control your house. We don't control none of that. We live, through the, well, what about the Negroes that said, get out? Oh, well, my cousin, he's a multi-millionaire, almost got $1 million. Straight PhD, working on 2 more. Driving down the street in Chicago in his Rolls Royce, enjoying himself, and he hit his sirens, looked to the mirror, and see this cop car flashing lights. He squeezed the steering wheel, man. Heart beats fast. Because he knows the price of a Negro, what it could be. And then when that cop car passing by, he said, thank God, he wasn't after you in the first place, Bob. That Negro man, you can't get away from. It's universal. They wasn't coming after you. But all your millions, with your Rolls Royce, with your PhD, didn't help. That's the hood. Why do you think you never pick up the paper over and over see white families come? You take the thousands of black cops in America. Why don't you see white families crying as black cops got cops out of one party back to the back of the head? Why do you think black cops are going to think they more spiritual? Think they better fit? No! They got enough sense to know that white folks ain't free. And I was stopping our neighborhood was raising side we were not tolerant. Now, if we were organized, which is hard to organize people who are just run crazy, you don't let them. But if we were, with the money we have, and the many people who would come to our aid that don't know what it's like to be a Negro, and we said, look, we saying, if we don't get a federal law to deal with police brutality, that any time a cop or anybody carry a gun have to have a license just like you to drive a car. And if you use it wrong, then you lose your license. And if you got hell, you can never work again as a cop or a store boy or a private detective. Now, how do you get Congress to put that? You take your economic power, and you call on your friends, black, white, young, and old, and say, this coming privilege. We don't have a federal law to outlaw police brutality by law. We call them for nationwide boycott Christmas and the start on Thanksgiving. 70 99% of all retail in America happens between Thanksgiving and Christmas. People stay in business all year. Who's money just for Christmas, huh? Well, what happened? Huh? Flagstaff Avenue, Georgia, Citizen over, Weston. They will get the bill, and all they got to do is make one phone call and say, Harry, Mr. Senator, I want that bill pushed through in 3 days. Okay, it's economics. It's that simple. But we have the power, but the system that wiped us out. The officer's code for one suspect that's been shot.
Open your minds. And peace, folks. Welcome back to another edition of the Popular Thought Series right here on the old T.P.O.T. YouTube page. I'm your host, X, of course, but you knew that already. That's why your black asses are here. Now, I know usually on Wednesday nights, we do debates. But we're going to do something a little different tonight. Tonight, we will not be having a debate. We will be having a debate on Saturday night at 8 o'clock. We'll be having a debate. I actually don't really have that one in stone yet, but we're going to throw down Saturday, y'all. But tonight, I decided to do something a little different. Tonight, I decided to talk about, and what's good, Brother Trey? All right, I see you up there. Brother Stewart, what's good? Brother Xander, what's good? Tonight, I decided to do something a little bit different. Because it is a political season. We will be voting for president this year. I know here where I am, we're going to be voting for governor, and there's a few state senators that are up for re-election. The federal senators here, one of them is up for re-election as well. So tonight we figured we would try to get into the mind and the politics and the ideology of the black conservative, ergo the title that you see right down there. But before we get started, y'all know we always started like this. I always started with thanking you good folks, man. You know, all you good folks right here, man, for hanging in there with me, man, and supporting me, man, and following me and subscribing to my channel and, you know, sharing these videos and watching these videos and showing up to these damn streams every damn week. And I definitely appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins. Y'all support this platform a lot, man, and y'all are a big reason that I continue to do this. If it wasn't for y'all, I probably would stop doing this shit today. But y'all keep supporting, man, and y'all keep showing me love, man. You know, because like I always say, man, you don't have to do it. You don't have to support this damn channel. You don't have to watch these damn videos. You don't have to show up to these debates. And you definitely don't have to drop your hard-earned pennies, nickels, dimes, quarters, and 50-cent pieces. But you good folks choose to do so. You choose to do it. And for that, I'm thankful. I'm grateful. I'm humbled. I'm honored. I'm appreciative, man. I'm all of that, man. You know, y'all folks, man, y'all been supporting me for a while, and y'all have made this channel grow. Because of you, good folks. X is known all around this space. It's not the biggest channel in the space, but it's not too many spaces you can go, and they don't know who old X is. And I know that that's because of you folks. I know it's because of y'all. It ain't because of me. So for all of that, I thank you, every one of you. All right. So let's get at it. I invited a few conservative brothers up here. I know Brother Trey said he gonna be here in a few minutes, but I also invited a few other brothers that I know are conservative, And we're going to find out, man. We're going to find out why they're conservative. We're going to find out what's the benefits of being conservative, and what's the downfall of being conservative. And also, we're going to try to find out, were they always conservative? Or is this some new thing? Did they have an epiphany that made them become conservative? There go Brother Trey right now. Let me bring him up. Brother Trey, what's good with it, man?
Nothing much, man. Chilling. Back out here on the road. So
I,
gotta get that work in.
I hear you, man. The reason why I invited you and a couple other brothers on tonight, and I'm assuming they'll be showing up eventually, because I want to talk about the black conservative. I want to know why the brothers are conservative. I want to know the benefits of being a conservative, and I also want to know what's the downfall. What's the downside of being conservative? Because I know you're a conservative brother. There's quite a few. I also invited Brother David to come on as well. My man Nate, I invited him to. As a matter of fact, I need to call Nate.
Okay.
But let me start off with asking you, being that you're the first person here, were you always a conservative? Were you always?
Well, I was raised with conservative values from my dad. He's from Mississippi, but he raised me with the hard work ethic, and never really preached any kind of racism, any kind of oppression to me. He never taught it to me. I never knew anything about it until I was a teenager, and getting into college when I got caught up in the pro-black movement back in the medallion, African medallion wearing day, and got to date within your race, leading white girls alone. So I kind of fell into that. And my mother, she always, basically was a moderate. She's Jamaican. So I really, never got that much hardcore liberal ideology from her. My dad, he's conservative. My mom was, really moderate, liberal, well, classical liberal. And really for me, my last 2 years in the army, it hit me. Like, man, I'm conservative. I've been conservative, but I always looked at things from a moderate perspective, like my mother. But those last 2 years in the army, I was like, nah, I'm conservative. Just some of this stuff going on here on the liberal side, I can't rock with it, even on the moderate side. Because, I started, I had hope when Barack Obama got elected. And then things just, he started doing some weird stuff in there, with the whole LGBT, that whole alphabet community, and like never really did anything for the fellas. I'm like, man, something's up. And then I just took a deep look at myself. And then after the election, I ain't gonna front, I was supporting Hillary. I was believing the mainstream media until I really just started listening and just digging into the facts for myself. And it hit me like, man, I've been conservative for years.
Wow. So, well, I know that what a lot of us as black people don't realize is that many of us have conservative views. A lot of our views, I know a lot of brothers. I mean, I can't speak, for females, but I know a lot of brothers, we have conservative views. I mean, we have conservative views on things like homosexuality and socioeconomics and rights and laws and, all that kind of stuff, abortion, many of our views are quite conservative, man. And we don't realize it. I was talking to my wife earlier. Now my wife, she's straight Democrat. All right. Now me, I'm an independent. I've been an independent for years, man. Well, where I'm at, you have to register as unaffiliated. They don't call it an independent; they call it unaffiliated. But I'm an independent, and I've been an independent for probably more than half my life. I've been left the Democratic plantation a long time ago. Because I'm a person who votes my interests. All right,
True that.
I'm going to vote my interests. I don't give a shit who's what party. I don't belong to any of them. If you talking the right shit and 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 I feel like you are a person who is going to do something, I will vote for you. I don't care if you got an R, a D, or an I behind your name. But I say that to say this because a lot of us as black folks, man, we don't understand that, many of our views are very conservative. They are very conservative, man. You
Yeah,
know, I
definitely.
think that what I think happens is that, we are expected, along with a lot of other shit, we are indoctrinated and we're expected to kind of toe the line and vote for anybody who got a D behind their name, you know. And I think that has misled many of us, man, because we truly believe that voting for Democrats is voting in our best interest when that may not necessarily be true.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I was never really political myself. Never really affiliated myself with a party. Like you, I'm an issue voter. But I was into that. Brainwash into that thing that the Republicans are racist, so conservatives must be racist. Democrats are liberals, so they must be good. I never really looked at politics. I kind of, dug into it, like I said, when I voted for Obama. But other than that, I was in the military, and I kind of never really understood, all the white guys, were always conservative. When I was in, SF, Special Forces, all them dudes were hardcore conservatives. And I just kept to myself and just did my job. I never really looked at it politically. But then when I started looking at the policies, and I'm a history guy. Some don't think so, but I know history like the back of my hand. I just don't dig into it because it's something to learn from and move forward from. And I started really looking at the history of these parties and what's took place. And what really got me was social welfare. The abortion, Planned Parenthood, and what was the last thing? The social welfare. What was I going to say? Oh, the Civil Rights Acts, all the acts, the fight that was against them. And then basically LBJ, in his earlier meetings with Martin Luther King, he was so disinterested. But then all of a sudden he flipped and was like, you know what? Hey, Martin, come on to the White House. Come on down. We got you. And that's when, he just slid welfare right on in there and basically used Martin Luther King as a puppet to get black people to sign up to it. And that's what really turned me off, to like politics and the left side of politics right there.
Hmm. My bad. I was on the phone, brother Trey. I was actually
Oh,
on the
no
phone
problem.
with brother. I was on the phone with brother Nate. I'm trying to do this and be on the phone at the same time and shit. Um, yeah, because I know a lot of conservative brothers. A lot of my customers are conservative brothers, and it seems like to me many of the conservative brothers are brothers who own their own businesses or have really really good jobs. I don't know if uh I don't know if income has a lot to do with it. It's almost as if you were a brother with a little bit of money, you may not necessarily be a Democrat if you got a little bit of money. If you got a little bit of money coming in, cause
Yeah, man. I mean,
yeah.
I own a couple businesses, and like honestly, when I incorporated, formed LLC in 2016, me and my son, we lost about 80K on a flip, flooded in Houston, and this is when I turned for Trump. That whole thing where he wrote those losses off for 20 years. I looked at it and I was like, hold up. I wrote it down, took notes, and I went to my CPA. I was like, hey, Trump did it. Can I do it? He's like, yeah, sure. Why not? I got you. Man, I was able to write that off and spread it out. And I was like,
Yeah.
okay, cool. This man did this. Let me really take a deeper look into his politics. Let me stop watching clips and let me watch all of his speeches. And it hit me like, oh my God, the news is fake. They just clip parts of his message and like play like the sound bites that make him seem like a horrible person. But in reality, it's like it's a complete 180 from what he really says.
So when you think about people like Trump, somebody like Trump, is Trump is Trump truly a conservative? Do you think that he's truly a conservative? Donald Trump, that is he a true
He
conservative?
has traditional, he has conservative work ethic values, which I myself, like I said, moderate the same values, that my dad has, the hard work, the rugged individualism, cause and effect relationships, the logical, thinking. As far as his character being traditional in the work ethic sense, value sense, nah, he's a moderate all the way, probably even closer to liberal.
Mm.
But that's not me. I'm fiscally conservative for the most part, and the work ethic in the business sense.
So do you think that, well, let me rephrase the question.
It's,
Why do you think many black people, I don't want to say fear conservatism or conservative politics, but they're somewhat weary of conservatives, conservative politics. They're weary of, Republicans. Why do you think that is? Why do you think us black folks are so weary of conservative ideology, if you will?
hey, can I go in?
Go in.
All
Go in.
right.
This
So,
is
it goes
T.P.O.T.
back, you know, let's look at the history of it. It was the Democrats that fought civil rights, that fought everything, the Dixiecrats, Democrats, whatever you call them, that fought the civil rights bill to the end. Then all of a sudden, the Republicans won in 80 with Reagan. And, all the things, that Reagan did good were wiped out by the things that went bad, the whole crack epidemic, all that. And that basically became the face of the Republican Party, the black folk, the whole racism and all this stuff. And, we're still riding high on what Kennedy did for Martin Luther King. So we fast forward to 94 when the Democrats basically just put a mask on and threw that crime bill. And black people were like, heck yeah, crime's out of control. All this crack stuff going on in the hood. Heck yeah, we want this crime bill. So boom, Democrats just giving you what you want. Oh, y'all want more welfare? Cool. But who did that benefit? That benefited the American black woman. That didn't benefit the black man. We sending y'all to jail for anything. You sneeze wrong. And this is when police brutality, in a lot of places, systemic racism was finally going away. Police brutality was still out there. So brothers, were just catching hell in the 90s. So all of a sudden, this whole matriarchy thing kicked in, this whole sipping music kicked in, and brothers just, I don't know, became weak. And the American black woman became the face of the black race. And brothers, made a choice by and large, we got to kiss up to the black women. And we know that those liberal socialist policies were benefiting these newly single moms, benefiting these women who had men locked up, men with multiple kids. Men were out there, well, I got to be stepdaddies. I got to do this. I got to get me a black queen. So I got to support what she likes. And if she says the Republicans are bad, I got to agree with it. Now, a lot of us were like, man, fuck that. I ain't doing, I'm going to do what I want to do. I'm going to date who I want to date whoever. However I want to think. But even us, we got that pressure put on us. Like I said, I fell victim to the Black Power movement in college. And, I got a baby mom that's black. My ex-wife is black. All my kids are, black. And I just woke up one day. But a lot of brothers, they can't do it because they're it's they're handcuffed to the American black woman.
Mm, wow. So, well, we've been joined by my brother Corey Haywood. What's good with it, brother Haywood?
Going on? But can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
What's going on,
Hey,
Corey?
what's going on, guys? How you doing?
Well, brother Haywood, now that you're here, I guess we can just go right into it with you. We're talking about the rise of the black conservative. So, what made you become a conservative, or were you always a conservative? Were you always a Republican? Did you have an epiphany one day, like brother Trey did? He said one day he just woke up. Were you
Well,
always conservative, or did you just wake up one day?
what's funny, man? If I can give a quick history lesson, Black people historically we've always been conservative. It's funny that we forget how conservative we once were, but think about some of the most, I would say, key conservative principles. Some of the main and primary conservative principles, right? They surround concepts like family, religion, financial empowerment, right? Community leadership, all of these things, right? Hard work. These are conservative principles. If you think about it, way back when, throughout I'd say the early and mid 20th century, what were some of the pillars of the black community? Obviously, the church. We raised from that, obviously, in recent years. I mean, if you look at family, black family structure was intact during that era, that stage in history. And of course, that has dissipated as well. You look at hard work. Well, shortly after slavery was abolished, African American people, we had to work hard just to kind of make up some ground. I mean, we were so far behind our white counterparts that we had to work tremendously hard just to catch up. And of course, we haven't caught up yet, but I'm just saying that hard work was necessary. And then if you look at some of the other things that conservatives also value, education, think about it. Our education system, even then, although of course we didn't have some of the resources that we needed readily available to us, think about how many incredible black men and women were produced during that era, right? And it's primarily because we had a deep appreciation for education and family during that period of time. So black people, again, historically, we have always been conservative. What has knocked us off course, obviously, is our allegiance to the Democratic Party. That's the problem. Right? We have all these programs in place that have torn our families apart, made us reliant, obviously, on the government, uh, and on the Democratic Party itself. We have become victims, right, in mind, conditioned to believe that we are somehow oppressed by a mysterious system of systemic racism holding us back from achieving success. And this is why we've strayed from our conservative principles. But me, I was taught very early on as a child, right, by my family, to focus on, again, my spirituality, focus on my family, focus on my education, focus on being a hard worker and a contributor to society and the development of society. These are the things that I've always valued as a conservative. And I think that if black people value these things more, we would be better off.
But isn't it? I know that the Democratic Party, they rely on us to be uninformed, uh, uneducated. They want us to be consumed by racism. Um, because if they dangle all this other shit over here, you know, we won't pay attention to the shit that they are not doing. I was talking to my wife about this earlier today. I said, because I asked her, I said, name me one policy that Democrats have laid down that was specifically for black folks. And she couldn't name any. she couldn't name any. She couldn't name any.
Hey, the
So
Democrat. Oh, my bad, T.
go ahead. Go ahead.
I was going to say is that the Democrats don't have to do any as long as they can float the myth of racism out there. Excuse me, not racism anymore, but now it's systemic racism because it doesn't have to be defined. To as long as they can say it, it's all inclusive. if they can get black people as a majority to believe it. And then the other is the myth of white supremacy. You can never have to see a white sheeted a person in white sheets believe that they can control the majority of black people. That they've got, that's it. That's all they need. They don't need to do any policies.
So, do you think that the Democratic Party and the liberals try to convince us that? Because let's be clear. I mean, of course, we all know that America, the United States, is a racist place. But do you think that the Democrats try to make us believe that America is more racist than it really is?
Absolutely.
The issue is that the Democrats are the racist ones. Over here on the conservative side, there is no racism. None. And honestly, I have never in my life experienced racism from white people. Only my own kind. Because I was a free thinker. I stayed in honors and AP classes. I talked proper. In the hood when you in AP classes and you talk proper, and you don't get you don't get in that much trouble. You're looked at as an outcast and you're trying to act white.
When they call you a square, that's true. You guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Did you?
Yeah, they call.
Well, how long have you always been a conservative, Brother Haywood? Have you always been a conservative, brother?
Wow. I think I had that awakening when I voted for Obama in 2008, actually, and 2000. I'm sorry, 2008 and 2012. I believe I voted for Obama, and that was primarily because I thought that was the right thing to do. I heard black people calling him Black Jesus in the second coming, and I said, well, hey, I might as well jump on board. So I voted for him.
Black Jesus. Well, they called Michael Jordan Black Jesus too. So anybody can be Black Jesus. Go ahead.
But I think after carefully examining the condition of black community, I realized that we've been Democrats now generally for decades. And in my opinion, the community has gotten progressively worse over time under Democratic leadership. In fact, I did some research, and you realize all of these, for example, I don't like mentioning Chicago, so I won't do that, but a lot of these cities that are suffering from gun violence in urban communities, they're under Democratic leadership. I mean, it's not as if Democrats have actually done anything beneficial for black people over the years. In fact, the Democratic nominee right now for president, right? He is the one, according to my research, he's the one who helped to write the 3 strikes law. How many black men were thrown in jail because of that law? And then, of course, Bill Clinton, another Democrat who we love in the black community, Bill Clinton, he's the one who ultimately pushed it forward. It's like if you kind of look into your research, then you find that we've actually been harmed more by that party than anything else, and yet we continue to be loyal, blindly, and oblivious to some of the things that unfortunately we've suffered from because of that party. So I just, again, after doing my research and maturing, right, politically, I learned that being a conservative not only brings me closer to my roots as a black man, but it also centers me and stabilizes me in ways that, I didn't have when I was supporting Democrats.
I think that as time goes on, I think a lot more black folks are going to find themselves moving towards the Republican Party. Once they quote unquote wake up, or at the very least, they're going to become independents like me. I mean, I've been a registered independent for a long time. I left the Democrat plantation a long time ago because I always understood, because I'm a true believer that Democrats and Republicans are both barrels of the same shotgun. It's just that one person shoots you in the stomach, the other one shoots you in the back. So I like to see my adversity coming. All right, I like to see it coming. I mean, if the Republicans are more racist than the Democrats, at least they will show that to me. Because see, I like my racism straight with no chaser. All right. I don't want it. I don't want it. I don't want it to be hidden. I don't want it to be, subliminal. I don't want it to be, under wraps. No. And I got a feeling that a lot of Democratic policies, it's kind of under wrap. The racism is kind of hidden. It's hidden in the fine print and shit. And I think a lot of us as black people don't know that. Go ahead.
X, the issue is that it's hidden in plain sight. Welfare, Planned Parenthood. Man, Planned Parenthood was all done by eugenics, the progressives of the early 20th century. These were liberals, when they were calling them the original progressives, the Madison Grants, who taught Woodrow Wilson. Madison Grant also gave Hitler his idea as far as exterminating the Jews. These were all liberals, progressives. Madison Grant worked right along with Margaret Sanger. The Planned Parenthood. Her plan for Planned Parenthood was to get rid of the inferior race. If with the women, we can give them abortions. With the men, we could pay them to get sterile. These were all liberal progressive plans. And all it was a quick bait and switch. Hey, we're going to give you welfare. You can't have the man in the house. Boom, into the nuclear family. That was all liberal Democrats right there, done. They put it right in the face. And what they believe is that all black people are so stupid that they won't realize it. But man, you see from the manosphere and out here that the SYSBM movement, IBMOR, all these movements, the brothers are waking up. But it's, for a lot of brothers, they're going to have to cross that final threshold and come all the way over to this side.
Yeah.
To piggyback on that, I mean, look, we have exhibited a lot of over the years. So they have a right to believe in diversity. It's because we've demonstrated a great deal of idiocy over the years. The fact is, we've been manipulated for so long that them hiding things from plain sight. Yeah, well, it's because they know we've been conditioned ultimately to be loyal to that party. Even when the evidence is clear, it's transparent, we have ultimately, like I said, under religion. So I don't think anything's going to change. You look at black people generally, right? We all, when they say the black is a monolith, I tend to disagree. Many of us think the same, many of us behave the same, and it's because we've all been conditioned to do so. Right? Those of us who think outside the box, who think for ourselves, we're ostracized in our own communities. In fact, many of us, I've been assaulted, and verbally assaulted, physically assaulted, because I'm open with my views and I express them without remorse whatsoever. And so I think, as more African Americans see the light, hopefully, that changes. But as of now, I think there are probably a lot of black people who feel the same way we do. But the reason why they're afraid to express themselves publicly is because they know the backlash will not be very kind. So that's probably why they're not open with it.
Yeah, because I listen, man, and I'm connected to a lot of people in this sphere, on YouTube. Some of these brothers have my personal phone number. They could call me right now, and I talk to a few of these brothers, man, and their views are very conservative, but they could never come up on here, and express them, because those of us who do express our views, what do we get? We get ostracized, we get videos flagged, we get all this kind of bullshit. And it's usually when you are expressing some type of conservative kind of, you don't even have to necessarily be a quote unquote card carrying conservative, but if you express some type of conservative, who got that noise in the background? Mute up. That's you, Brother Haywood. Mute your mic, man. Sound like Bigfoot walking in the background and shit. If you express any type of conservative opinions, you're screwed. I mean, you're screwed. You are screwed. If you're a person who comes up on these internet airways and you got a little bit of a following, like Brother Stoic in the chat is saying, you fuck around and lose your job if you express any type of conservative views, especially if you find yourself in the middle of a place where we got this whole kumbaya as far as black folks, because you know right now we're in the kumbaya with black folks stage right now. You know, with all these marches and protests, and you know everybody's talking about police brutality, and everybody's talking about how bad black people have been treated. So you know we're in the kumbaya phase now. So if you come out and start talking some conservative shit, like I said, you don't even have to be a conservative. If you lay down a few conservative bars, you might fuck around and walk into your job tomorrow and be fired. You might look up and your channels taken down, or you get a strike and all this kind of nonsense. It's almost as if you hear people talk about free speech all the time, but sometimes speech ain't free. It's like you can't yell fire in a movie theater. You can't talk conservative shit to black folks. You can't say conservative shit around black people. Go ahead.
Hey, well, I'll tell you, X, is that, when I originally came to the Manosphere because I had questions for ARC. I read Mode 1. While I was working at Hewlett Packard, it just popped up in my feed. And I'm like, well, let me buy this book and listen to it. So I came on YouTube to, argue with him. I'm like, I felt the book, and then I got into it, listening to him and Obsidian, and then I just went into the rabbit hole. But I've never really, like I'm saying, I've never really been in touch with the black community, the whole marchers and protesters, except for a couple years in college, because I was always ostracized because of my performance. I talked white, but at an early age, I learned to deal with those dudes. Growing up in the hood, I was bigger than them. I was like, okay, you come at me, I'm gonna beat the crap out of you. And I got a reputation for knowing how to throw them hands. So when you're, me and myself, David Monroe, and a couple other guys, we refer to ourselves as the hood conservatives, because this new brand of black conservative is the kind where you don't come up and get up in our face. It just ain't gonna happen, because you liable to, catch some hands or catch some rounds. And there's a lot of us out there that are espousing these views. And from my own channel, I just had a little small channel when I made it SYSB in response. And all of a sudden it just started blowing up. And I was like, you know what? No more hiding my views anymore in the manosphere. This is how I feel. I rock with Candace Owens. I rock with Officer Tatum. You know what? I support the police. I love my country. I'm a patriot. I wore that uniform for 21 years with pride. And ain't nobody going to destroy my country that my dad also put 27 years in for. It ain't happening. And those views right there, it was like, whoa, Trey, what the hell? Look, man, I never said y'all that and all that, anti-American stuff. I'm just with y'all on this anti-misogyny stuff and all this crazy stuff the AB Dub is, dragging y'all into. I'm with y'all 100% on that. But the other stuff, no, I can't rock with it. And, I went my own way and my channel blew up.
Well, earlier I was in the presence of children, so I had to monitor, watch my words. But now that I'm not in the presence of children, I can be completely candid here. Look, niggas are fucking up, okay? Simple. And quite frankly, I don't really care anymore about being an outcast in my own community. Like I said, I've been doing a lot of observation, okay? And it's simple as you critiquing. Let's look at the black on black violence here, right? You make a statement like, well, black people need to hold themselves accountable for the dysfunction in their own communities. That is a general statement that is true. Evidence substantiates that statement. All you have to do is look at what's going on in our communities right now, and that statement is valid. But if you say that in front of black people, they will call you a coon and Uncle Tom, all kinds of names, just for being honest about what's going on. You see, the thing is, black people, they don't want honesty. They want sympathy, and that's the problem. Because if they were forced to actually look at themselves introspectively, right, if they were forced to actually come up with solutions to their problems, it would require work and discipline. Two things that a lot of black people are lacking tremendously, and that's the problem. So for a while, I kept my mouth shut. after observing foolishness from all of these people. And I said, you know what? Hopefully at some point we'll realize that it's getting us nowhere and we'll make the improvements and the changes that we need to ultimately be successful. But as I've looked around over the years, and I've gotten older, I'm 32 years old, and over the last, I would say, 10 to 15 years that I've been paying attention to my people, I've noticed that we have absolutely no awareness of, of how ridiculously dysfunctional we actually are. No awareness whatsoever. In fact, we come up with excuses. I'm getting tired of these black pundits, these so-called intellectuals rationalizing stupidity. I'm getting tired of them always connecting things to slavery and Jim Crow. Somehow they do this when it comes to gun violence, when it comes to the epidemic of single motherhood in our community, when it comes to the poor education in our community, when it comes to all of this crap that we continuously perpetuate. Somehow excuses are made, and I'm getting tired of it. I think that the role of conservatives, we need to keep shining a light on these issues, and we are the ones who need to come up with solutions to them, because if we leave it up to Democrats, we leave it up to liberals, right, the black community will be in peril for years to come. And that's by design, because as long as black people are suffering, Democrats will always be in business. And we need to shut that down, period.
Wow. Well, we've been joined by my man BMT. What's good with it, brother BMT?
Not too much. I'm just taking a break from the party, just to sit in here for a minute.
All right. Well, you know what we're talking about tonight, right? The rise of the black conservative. So
Man,
tell us why you are conservative. Why?
There's not really a rise of black conservatives. Like, I mean, I'm seeing this wave of trend, of these new neoconservatives and stuff, and I mean, I ain't never seen these guys. They're a bunch of sheep to me, versus the old guard of conservatives. There's a difference between some of us. Like, I've been doing politics and policies for years. Now we got this people who put on a hat and some shit, and they say, "Oh, I went out or Brexit," or hashtags. I mean, blacks so easily they jump on any damn bandwagon. That's why I don't think a lot of these. I don't take a lot of these cucks seriously on YouTube and different social medias and shit when they talk about I'm a conservative. I'm like, well, then show me your lifestyle. Then they tell you about their story, how they found Jesus and some dumb shit, and then oh, here we go. Then a bunch of white people put them up as a totem pole, and then I said, well, what are you doing to fix or literally rebuild? And then they say, well, I'm out. All right, then shut the fuck up and get out of my way, because we're not the same. We're not. You just say you're out. Just say you're out, and then we'll take it like that. Now,
So are there different? Hold on a second. So are there different kind of brothers who are? When you talking about brothers who are conservative, there's different kinds, right? There
are different kinds.
There's the moderate, there's the centrist, there's the far right conservative, right?
Yes. There you go. So there's different kinds. I was doing this before even Obama, around Bush era. I was a Republican. You understand me? I was a Republican. I hear people say, I'm a conservative, but I'm not a Republican. And I'm like, well, then fuck. What the fuck are you? Well, I'm a liberal, conservative, independent. I'm like, okay, so fuck.
A liberal, conservative, independent.
About the black community, but then I'll ask them about policies and shit, and they can't tell me a damn policy or anything going on in the state, or what's the last damn thing that they did, or what kind of policies that they done got passed, or anything, or they'll tell me how they done turned their life around after they done fucked up some shit, and now they done found some Krishna or whatever goat or some damn Karen, and I go, okay, all right, now I see what I'm dealing with now. So we're dealing with a Candace Owens or a Brandon or ABL or some shit. And I mean, I got respect for ABL, but I've actually dealt with Brandon and ABL. We all used to run together in our pools on Facebook and stuff. These new niggas that are showing up, they're just the new children of the flock. And, they don't talk about anything that literally, or I don't even see them in our meetings. So that's how I know, like, they're outside of stuff. I don't see them with us or Triologic or any of us other conservatives that talk about shit or push policies or putting out money. So, I mean, there's different brands. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's just like people try to mush us all together. We're not the same. Sister Cesara Ali, you, and I mean, you spoke to her ex one time. That woman's literally she's done been met up with Trump and different other politicians to get stuff passed in California. So when I ask anybody who's a conservative, so what political stances or policies are you pushing for? Because mind you, that literally guarantees how serious you are. Oh no, man, I'm out. How the fuck we talking, dog? If we ain't talking about money, if you ain't talking about business, if you ain't talking about pushing policies to guarantee to keep legacy going, we don't got shit to talk about. We not. You just a hashtag to me. So I want to make sure I will let people know we all ain't the same in this shit. Because understand this, I'm getting tired of people running around claiming that they like me. Niggas, I don't be seeing y'all in the paint with me. I don't see y'all at the doggone state house in Virginia, in South Carolina, in Georgia. I don't see y'all out there in the paint with me. Doggone paying up $100,000 for shit to get done. We not the same. You just a MAGA hat nigga. I'm the actual real brother that's actually out there that actually talking about, yo, we need this push. What bill did you get passed? Who's your lawyers? If you ain't doing that, we ain't the fucking same. So that's the only thing I wanted to let them know. Like that's why I said,
So let me hold on a second, because I know the other brothers want to get in here. So can you be, I guess I'll address this to everybody up here. Can you be a conservative and not be involved with politics? Can you be a conservative and not necessarily be political? Is what I mean to say. Is there a way to be conservative and not be political?
Hey,
no,
X, I'll jump on this, X.
you
Look
cannot.
here. Look here.
Of course, there is.
I have never
Go ahead.
in my life embraced any kind of political anything. I'm business minded. I've been
Wow.
business minded since I was in the army. Always, always entrepreneur minded, always business minded, always been an individualist. You know, I've been about the traditional family since jump when I woke up. I had my awakening at an early age. I was raised conservative. I let it slip for a couple years and boom, came back to my values. There's some of us are values based out here, and some of us are down with conflict culture. You know, a lot of what BMT is saying, you know, is Republican stuff. I'm not a Republican. A lot of the dudes I rock with, they're not Republicans. I'll never profess to be a Republican. But right now, a lot of Republicans are without support because the Democrats have lost their mind and they're basically going on the destruction of this country with socialism and Marxism. And I'll be damned if that happens under my watch. And here's where we got to stop right here is this thinking that, oh, if you're with a woman outside of your race, you know, you're not down for the community. If you're not out there marching in the streets, or doing political stuff, you're not conservative. Nah, conservative is values based. Politics, that's something else.
Green
I
policy.
myself, I mentor over 300 young men as far as business and getting their stuff together business wise. That's on a daily. I show men what I do and what's made me successful. I do it, you know, and I show them. And you're damn right, I'm a MAGA wearing motherfucker. Goddamn Trump 2020. Fuck the left.
So
right now.
So are you like what then I'm gonna go to my man brother Haywood. Are you a what you say, BMT, a MAGA hat Negro? Are you a MAGA hat Negro, brother Trey?
Hey, I'm a black man who's down with MAGA because you know what? In 1960, we know that the black family was intact to the tune of over 80%.
So why aren't you in
That's
politics?
when the black family was together.
So why aren't you in the
And you know what? It needs to go back. Like I said, I don't do politics. I'm a values and I'm a issues based voter. If there's a moderate Democrat that I can rock with, I'll vote for him.
Wow, a rhino at that.
Brother,
oh shit,
brother Haywood.
I tell you, boy,
What?
they don't know what they be saying.
Hold on a second, brother BMT. Hold on a second. Hold on. I want to get let me get brother Haywood in here. Brother Haywood, are you A
Uh,
MAGA hat Negro, Brother Haywood.
I
A
don't
MAGA hat.
myself. I don't brand myself. Um, I support the president because I'm a patriot, and so Donald Trump, as of now, is the president of our country, and I support him as our president. But I'm not going to walk around wearing MAGA hats with MAGA T-shirts. I don't think that is an example of patriotism in any way. If you choose to wear T-shirts and hats, fine. That's on you. But as an individual, as a man, I'm simply against branding myself other people's insignia or names, or whatever like that. But if I can just quickly get to what DMT said about the MAGA hat Negroes, I mean, there was a lot of hostility in his voice. And what I'm thinking is, there enough strife between black men already? Why are we criticizing the way other black men choose to live their lives? I think conservatism is a way of life. And the other mentioned values. It's values based. And I think what individuals need to do, right, is be true to themselves and what they believe in. As long as they do that, I think the rest of us are just fine. It's not something that we can all collectively do because we're all individual people with individual thoughts. I think as long as people are honest with themselves, right, politically, then the rest of us will be fine. I don't understand why it's necessary for black men to be on the same page with everything when we're all individual people with individual minds. It doesn't make any sense. And so for us to be pointing fingers at one another, is that not what Democrats and liberals do? Is that not what we've done to each other for years already? Where does that actually get us? Nowhere, right? Black men feuding over what trivial things like, well, are you attending town hall meetings? Do you know what policies? So who gives a shit? If you
That's
are conservative, that way, it's as simple as that. I don't understand why the with all the hostility. I get it.
And this is why black women democratically always win because niggas don't vote. So back to what I said. All right. So back to
You know,
what I
hold up real quick. What did I say
said.
before about the black woman? That is
No,
the problem. It's
calm
that
down,
we're
Trey. Calm down,
attached to
Trey.
them.
Trey. You
That is
just,
the problem, BMT. And that's why I told you I don't come to your channel because you have black women all over it. It's
I
a
know,
waste of
I
time.
know. They pay me good money. They pay me good money. They pay me good money. So you
Hey,
know,
I'm not dependent on a black woman, bro.
I
Forget it.
know,
It's never gonna happen.
I know. That's fine. That's
Hey,
fine. Business mind. Business mind. Come on. So anyway, so
hey,
X. So as long as me and you've been doing
conservative.
business, right? You
Hmm.
understand that whatever they say at that city hall council building, that could fuck up our money when it comes to taxes. That could fuck us up in our doggone getting certain permits and certain stuff done. We dealt with that in the South. You know exactly what I'm saying. So,
That's true.
when,
That's
so
true.
for also those of us who are small business owners, see that's why I have to I might have to one day do the breakdown of what a conservative is. We're trying to preserve that of small business and small entities of our own way of life in our community of what we want to be seen. I don't want big corporations in my community. I don't want big legislation in my I want what we push, what I want to see for my children and my people in my community. Now, the thing about it is this is why I don't ever waste my time trying to tell black people to vote because niggas don't ever vote. They don't. They just don't. So when I have to just go over to the talk to the white guys and the Arabs who like say, hey y'all, they're about to do this to our property. We better get on this, or they're going to make us pay extra money for our workers and employees. Oh shit, when that getting passed? We need to get on it. We got at least about a week. See, that is conservatism. Because literally, we're trying to defend a way of life, so we have to pay for policies and lawyers and certain people for doggone representation. Now, that would mean that we would have to front our own money. I'm not asking for big government. I'm not asking for no outsourced help. If you ask for outsourced help, that means that they have say so in what you do. But again, when you talk about these kind of things, it's lost to the Negro because the Negro don't fucking vote. The woman vote. The Negro gets told by his woman and the white man when to vote or what to say, and they just jump along with it. Like I said, that's why I don't. I said that's why I said, man, when it comes time to voting and shit, that's why don't nobody ever seriously. They got a better chance talking to that black pastor and that black woman, but they don't ever talk to that black man. But they know damn well, as long as I give him a check, he ain't gonna say shit. So literally, the state has more say so over your home and your property and your family because you do not go out. Now that Arab man in Texas, he'll go out and say some shit. That doggone white or Mormon will go say some shit, but y'all won't say nothing. And I'm like, oh damn, that's counterproductive. Because if you're men of means, why don't you put up your money and literally go form your own group like I've done, and you just go out there and say, yo, we're not doing this shit. Like they
Hey,
had
but
it.
hold up, BMT. Hold up real quick, bro. Hold up real quick, BMT.
Calm down, Drake. So,
Hey, BMT, hold up a second, bro. What you're talking is politics, BMT. Not all of us are into politics.
Exactly. A conservative.
Some of us are into values. Not all conservatives are into politics, BMT. Stop trying to pigeonhole all brothers. Come on now. And stop with the disrespectful talk. That's nigga shit.
I don't know. So, hang on. So, literally, the federal government was trying to push for boys to go use the female bathroom if they wanted to, and girls could go into the male bathroom. Now,
yeah, they were trying that shit right here in this state.
Hold on now. Now, us as men of our family values, who would want their grandchildren or their children involved in that shit? That would mean we have to go down there to the school district and say, yo, if you're going to do that shit, our kids are getting pulled out of school. Not tomorrow, not next week, right now. So literally, I could have sworn that I thought these brothers would know that because me and you know about that, X. So we pulled our kids out of school. All 500 kids came out of school that same day. And literally, the school started to starve out. But then they said, oh, wait. Okay, let us have a re-election on that deal. See, that's how...
BMT, okay, BMT. When have you called out the dysfunction of the black community, BMT? BMT, when have you called out the dysfunction of the black community?
Wait. How is that dysfunction of the black community?
When have you called out the dysfunction of the black community, BMT? Because here's the problem. Here's the problem, BMT. This is why I say you're disingenuous. If I can rock for a minute. When you ask for brothers like myself or David Monroe to come over to your channel, we go over there and there's dysfunction. You've got arguments amongst ABWs. You've got D. Durrell and Super Mike, dudes that are known to promote dysfunction amongst black people on your panels. A true conservative would call them out for the dysfunction that they bring to the black community. That's it. Point. And that's where it starts.
Wait, Corey, do you let YouTube justify your conservatism?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that?
Your conservatism?
YouTube, blocks it for sure.
Right. Thank you. Now, hold on. Now, X, does you justify you or who you are as a man? Does YouTube justify you?
Look here, BMT. Don't try to deflect.
YouTube don't justify.
I don't associate with individuals like that. No way, no shape, no form. Because guess what? They bring the black community down.
Oh, wait. Hold, Trey, calm down. Hold on, Trey.
Look, come on, BMT. Don't start the nigga shit, bro. Come on.
Are you trying to tell me what to do?
Come on, BMT. Don't. Come on, bro. Come on. None of the nigga shit, man.
Trey, are you trying to tell me what to do with my money?
What did I tell you, BMT? My focus is values based. Get these dysfunctional people out of the black community. Make the dysfunctional people stop being the voice of the black community.
I could have sworn as conservatives, we don't just go off of just color. We go off of
BMT, you're the same one that had issue. BMT, you had issue with my spouse because she's of a different race. BMT, is that conservatism?
What'd you say?
Okay.
You had issue with my spouse of a different race. You tried to talk shit, BMT. That's not conservatism. That's values based. And you rock with a known black supremacist, a known black racist. You rock with him. BMT, you're disingenuous, bro.
Sound like you're lying right now, dude.
Come on, BMT. On your panel.
Hold on. God damn it. Hold on. Let me go to Brother Haywood while y'all kind of calm down or do something. Brother Haywood, I would
talk over people. Back in the day, I would talk over people, but I'm trying to be as I don't know, amicable as I can right now, but this sounds like the same shit I used to hear when, and I know you remember this, brother, back years ago when I would go at 3 and 4 and 5 get a time, and all I heard was arguing and this,
but but that was when
this,
everybody was against you, though. It was like 4 or 5 people against you.
my,
Against
Go
Corey.
ahead.
it,
Yeah, go
it's,
ahead.
yeah,
But that's
Go
the thing.
so,
ahead.
I watched what they did to Corey, and I didn't say nothing. I just said, "Well, Corey's standing on his belief." I had no beef with Corey if you him stand on his belief,
Mhm.
but
right,
he
so
believed it as a man. I said, "Well, shit. If he gonna stand his ground, they ain't
so,
gonna back out on what he said."
So, so do you
so
believe? Do you think that brother Trey is not a real conservative? If that is that what you're trying to say here, that brother Trey is not really a conservative. He's just a guy with a MAGA hat on. That, is that
Hey,
is is that what you're trying? Is he just
hey,
a brother with a MAGA hat on?
hey,
I mean,
hey,
if he is, I don't care. I
I,
mean,
I
you're
never,
allowed to be whatever
I
you
know
want to
about
be, but
Corey. I know more about Corey than I know about Trey. Like I said, Corey, I never seen Corey, say MAGA, MAGA, MAGA. He just talks about, yo, man, like he just talks about accountability, and literally he calls out shit. He talks about, yo, black people, y'all can do this shit too. Get your shit together. I never heard Corey say that. Trey, that nigga said something totally different. So I'm like, well, damn. Like,
Oh,
so I'm,
really? Have you been to my channel? Have you watched any of my videos?
nah, I don't never.
Because my message sounds exactly like Corey's. So obviously you
I
haven't
don't
done your research there, bro.
I never seen Corey wear Mag. Corey, have you ever wore a MAGA hat?
Have you seen me with a
nah,
message?
I've
Corey,
never seen Brother Haywood with no damn
I
MAGA
like,
hat on,
Hey,
and
I'm
I've
gonna
been fucking with Brother Haywood for
bro, I'm
years.
like this.
be supporting this year.
I
Be
got some,
supporting this year, BMT.
I got some battle left to me. Like,
well,
trust me, man.
well, let's go ahead and move on. Let's move on past the
You,
MAGA
here's
hat and all
the
that
issue.
kind of
Move
shit.
on,
Here's
move on,
the
Let's
issue.
we're moving
I'm
on,
gonna tell
Trey.
you this too, X.
We're moving on, Trey.
I'll speak on this
yeah,
real quick. The issue
go
is
ahead.
this. I'm an SYSBM
That's
brother.
good. Congratulations.
I'm an SYSBM brother to the core, all 23 tenants. And I've stated this on my page, and this is where I started to kind of blow up at. Is when I began saying that SYSBM is a conservative movement. The tenants are conservative in themselves.
I,
And a lot of brothers, that BMT rocks with has issue with brothers that follow the SYSBM life that say, you know what? We're not going to deal with the ABW. We know 95% of ABWs are dysfunctional. They support the Democratic plantation and everything that goes along with it. They rock like the Lori Lightfoots and the Keisha Lance Bottoms of this daggone country. And you know what? We don't want nothing to do with them. Unicorns, guess what? Conservative black women, we can rock with you all day long. But these liberal, out of touch, dysfunctional, destruction to the black community, single mom, terrorist producing women, we want nothing to do with you. And brothers in BMT circle, I can prove it. I can just pull up any of D. Durrell's videos on SYSBM and show you that that's the kind of guy that BMT rocks with. And that is the problem.
this is
SYSBM.
Well, that's kind of a good segue in what I was going to talk about because you mentioned, not having a non-black spouse. Um, do you think that is more of when brothers are going SYSBM? Because I know quite a few of them. My man Supreme. He's all about the SYSBM thing
Shout
and
out
all
to
that kind of
KC.
stuff. Yeah. So I mean, is that the more conservative brothers? Is that the more conservative brothers who say, okay, I'm gonna get me a white woman, I'm gonna get me a Latino woman, I'm gonna get me an Asian woman? Is that more the conservative brothers as opposed to the liberal brothers who are doing that?
It is X is that it's like the whole why why I synced up with SYSBM when I found that bus driver is that we're looking for conservative women. We're looking for values-based women that value rugged individualism, women that value the traditional family. That's the kind of woman that we're looking for. And like I said, 95% of black women think the opposite. And I ain't trying to look for no needle in a haystack. I was married to an idiotic black woman for 16 years who thought the opposite of conservative values. Only thing I have is three beautiful children from her. And no, forget it. I tell brothers, look, if you find a unicorn, cool. If not, go elsewhere. I wouldn't search for no unicorn. You'll be wasting your time because most of them get snatched up young. So if you go elsewhere and find happiness, cool. Don't give up your values. Stand on your square.
So that's interesting because I literally named off. I have never seen him when we have our conservative. Like I remember when Art and the Style did a whole conservative party meeting. I never saw this nigga anywhere around me.
Not with you niggas. There you go, BMT.
No, hang on. Now, hang on. The thing about it, X, a lot of those brothers that are there, those are all doctors, professors, lawyers, owners and stuff. I mean, they are some really high degree. You remember back when we had Google Hangout, those brothers were on their shit. And mind you, the majority of the stuff that we were talking about was getting policies passed for education, for doggone, for business loans, different other stuff to literally upgrade the way of life for men. Now, I get he want to call us niggas, and I could give a shit. It's freedom of speech. I fought for that. For him to do that. So, that's fine. You know what I'm saying? But I know, like I said, my fight X is different from his fight. I'm looking at when I talk about policies, I look at things as a whole. Mind you, MOT and me talk about a lot of stuff. And MOT is not or a Republican. But literally, we talk about a lot of things that deal with policies and accountability and holding people to a certain standard. That's what I'm saying. He doesn't know really who I am because he's never seen or talked with us when we were on DXL. You know what I'm saying? And that's literally when we used to cut up really, very, very drastically. But again, I'm fine with what he thinks on me. He's never talked to Lady Dana. And Lady Dana's all about talking about politics with Judge Joe Brown. You know what I'm saying? So when we have these hard conversations about literally, but you literally have been teaching brothers how the craft of literally fixing some engines and stuff. I just taught two men how to jack up a trailer. And literally now they can do that. Now they're going to be starting their own business of moving trailers and stuff. I didn't get paid for that, but I taught them that. So I said, yo, guys, once y'all learn this in the week, y'all going to be good. So now y'all can start making some money. You know what I'm saying? So literally, the thing about it is, whatever the guy want to learn, that's on him. Whatever he want to live or do, that's on him. I don't care about that shit. Main thing about it is when it comes to the rise of conservatives, do I think that there's a rise of us? Not so much really. I just think there's just some people that are looking for a different means of a lifestyle and they're trying it out, but they don't really know what it is all about. You understand what I'm saying? That's like somebody joining a movement, but they don't actually know what actually they've only at level 1 or 2 of the movement. They're not really like at level 7 or 8.
You're looking down on people there, BMT. You're looking down on brothers, and you're coming from that black female way of thinking, that matriarchal way of thinking.
I didn't literally say fellas. I just said I didn't even say anything about men. Literally,
you're saying, oh, people are jumping on the bandwagon like no brothers can't wake up.
So why'd you make it only about males? Why'd you only make it about males?
I don't care. I told you, 95%. Forget it. I'm not dealing with unicorns. The man is the center of the family. The man is the center of the family, BMT. It all starts with the man.
Bitch right now by adding on word into what I'm saying.
The man is the center of the family. If men get it together, guess what? The women they choose will follow.
Okay.
That's it.
Point blank. Did I ever tell you that that's wrong? Did I ever tell you that that's wrong?
Hey, why you rock with Dita Ray?
Why you got Dita Ray dick in your mouth? Oh, we're talking about Dita Ray.
Why you rock with Dita Ray? If you're too conservative, you're not going to allow people in your circle to detriment the values and standards of black men, of traditional black men. You're not going to allow women to come on your panels and act like idiots like Dr. A. You don't allow it.
You don't smoke with me, buddy. I've already done
Values
cooking.
and standards, BMT. Start with that first. Before all this business stuff you're talking, start with values and standards.
You can't hang with me, buddy. You can't. That's what I'm saying.
Values
Like,
and standards,
Trey,
bro.
listen, bro. I know
I don't think they're up to par for you, bro.
I
I
know
don't
she
think
done
they're
fucked
there.
you up. I know she done fucked you up, bro. But don't let her get you emotionally
Hey,
unattached.
come on, BMT. I don't come with that feminine stuff, bro. That's
Oh,
your
oh,
energy. And
you
I'm
can do
telling
that,
you, bro,
but
you
you can do
need
that all
to let it go.
night.
The
All
man
night. You
is the
can do
center of the family, bro.
that bitch all night. I'm telling you like a
Man
man. Stop
is the
acting like a
center of
bitch.
the family.
Stop acting like a bitch.
Well, let me let me go in this direction. Do do you think that, and it's ironic, when you talk about Republicans and Democrats, liberals and conservatives, um, is being a liberal or being a Democrat, is that more of a blue pill ideology as opposed to being Republican? And is the Republican ideology more of a red pill ideology?
You know what I'll say is that, maybe in the past you could have said that about the Republicans, but the Republican Party in general has become spineless because you don't see hardly any Republicans standing up to what's going on in this country, the destruction of, our infrastructure, the destruction of our cities, the destruction of families. And it's starting to trick, it's moving on from black families, Latino families, into white families now. And now it looks like Republicans are starting to wake up. But conservatives, yes, it's truly red pill. Liberal, that blue pill mind, it's all about the handout mentality. That's freaking all day long blue pill stuff. You want something to be given to you versus going out there and earning it.
This nigga don't know no policies. Goddamn boy, that's
His
so
question
anyway.
isn't
So
about
anyway,
policy,
so
BMT.
so when it comes down to it, X, um, red pill, oh my God, I can't even call it red pill. Republicans are talking to more so like literally get it by yourself, pull your stuff up by the bootstrap, self accountability, quit going out there bitching about everything else and get your shit together. You understand? So when you're telling somebody that, that's why I said a lot of these guys who say they're Republican, they can't be. They wouldn't be on here always bitching. They just be out there going out there and making their money, making their own way. So literally, if you mind you, like that's like when I've been in these parties where they're like, okay, slavery already happened. That's not, I didn't do it, so get over it. And they told me, people tell me that. I'm like, okay, I'm not going to argue with them, but it is what it is. I can't go back in the past. Me and you have talked about slavery. We can't go back. But however, we just have to move forward and just make the shit that we need work for us. We have to be our own reparation for our family. Now, as far as it goes for a lot of democratic services, those are filling the gap type of services of literally some of them to me feel like self unaccountability, where literally people are getting, certain type of policies or healthcare or certain stuff, and literally without any type of accountability. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. But literally, I kind of side eye because literally a lot of Republican parties just this COVID-19 season literally were getting millions of dollars of handouts. And then also, okay, so I could have sworn y'all just said, oh, you said about a bootstrap, but now you're asking for the government handout now, like the goddamn Democrats. So I could agree somewhat on the sense like that. Now, wanting doggone Republican whites and different other cultures of Republicans give a fuck about you, you're crazy as fuck. I ain't never asked no damn Republicans to ever give a fuck about me. That's not their job. My job is just to be for me. Like be on my own goddamn political side. Like that's the thing about it when I say like, yo, if you're talking about pull yourself up by the bootstrap, and I respect the brother for joining the military and making his own way, but that's literally your job as a man. Like that's that's the whole point. I thought it was of a red pill type of brother. Like literally, you see shit for the way it is, and you just say, okay, I'm not gonna do fall for the okie doke or fall for that type of track. But if you want to just talk about goddamn the same shit and keep pointing out the same things, then nigga, you ain't got over it. You ain't trying to move forward. So I don't know. Like, are you truly getting over that damn stigma? Or are you over that slavery mentality of victimization, or literally you want some kind of handout or some shit? Like, I just don't know because how often do y'all see me come around and say, "Hey man, I need a handout"? Nah, I literally be talking about, hey man, we can pay these guys right here, put them on, and literally hire them. I'm really talking about making small business deals.
Hey,
You ain't
what new
talking
conservatives are doing that, BMT? What new conservatives rise with the conservative movement are out there talking about handouts? I want to know. Point me in the direction of one of them.
Michigan, Michigan,
Who?
yeah. Michigan, Michigan had a whole militia out there at the state house with guns, saying that we need jobs open as well as somebody needs to.
They were expressing their Second Amendment rights, and
Oh,
they
now they're
peacefully protested.
but you call something out, but yeah, you forget I do the content on this kind of shit. So
Okay,
yeah,
so so do you agree with the Second Amendment?
hold on. Democrats have no problem staying at home and getting their check.
Do you have a problem with the Second Amendment?
Okay, so wait. So Republicans out there, they wanted guns. I'm a Republican.
Conservatives, not Republicans, conservatives.
Okay, so hold
Let's
on.
get that. We're talking about conservatives here. We're not
Okay,
talking politics.
hold on. Because those same people were saying that they need to feed their families. They were talking about feeding their families. So they were talking about conservative family values of feeding their families and literally taking care of their own people and open back up schools. So those were conservatives out there. I'm not sure if they do that. That was their right, but that is their state house to go out there. They were begging to say, hey, we
No,
want our.
how's that begging when they're telling them open it up now? They're demanding open it up. That's not begging. Begging is give us a stimulus check. Oh, please, massa, give me another stimulus check. That's begging.
So wait, so them getting a stimulus check, but mind you, when they got that stimulus check, the marching around died down when they got their stimulus check.
Excuse me. I think what was his name? George Floyd happened, and then you got all these people riding, acting a complete fool in the streets. About 2 weeks later,
George Floyd, Democrats.
You got all these liberal snowflakes out here destroying everything.
Trey,
Now,
Trey. I know you're a reader. That was two different areas.
Look here, bro. Look here. None of that female stuff, bro. We already been through this.
I'm trying to help you.
Look here, man. Look, bro. Look, BMT. Act like a man, bro. Be a man. That's what I said. That's why you have women on your panels, because you answered to the matriarchy, bro. You answered to the matriarchy, bro. That's it. Ask a simple question, and you couldn't stay on it, bro. That's it.
What does George Floyd have to do with the Minnesota militia?
Bro, Second Amendment folks of all races, conservatives of all races, showed up and peacefully protested. That's what happened. That's what happened.
George Floyd out there with the Minnesota militia.
Bro, did you not hear me? I said 2 weeks after that, you got people acting a goddamn fool in the streets for a criminal. That's it. Point blank.
So are you gonna overlook the fact that there were people out there of all colors out there robbing Target?
I don't care. All of them need to be locked up. All of them. Okay. I'm about law and order. I'm about law and order. I'm not about the destruction of our country. Obviously, wearing that uniform for 10 years meant nothing to you, bro.
What was your MOS?
It don't matter what my MOS was, bro. All 21 years. My blood bled white and blue. That's what my blood.
What was your MOS?
That's what my blood is.
Yeah, what was your MOS?
Here, we're not deflecting, all right? Stay on new conservatives. Look here, bro. Are you a patriot or not? Are you a patriot?
I was in combat, buddy. I was in combat.
Are you a patriot, bro? Are you a patriot?
I was in combat. What were you doing?
What you did, bro? Are you a patriot or not? Are you down for the destruction of this country? Are you down? If you really think, you support those freaking B-Days to be on your panels, they're down for the destruction of the black man, bro. What do you stand for? GMT?
Oh,
bro.
Into a debate. Oh hell no, X. Nah, I'm about to.
This is like rapid fire on debate night and shit. But hold on a second. Hold on a second, man. Let me ask this question, man.
Come on, man.
Hold on a second. So the whole, because we've seen, I heard you guys mention George Floyd and the protests and the marching and all that shit. So is it only the Democrats and the liberals who march and protest and
no
kick in pane glass windows and flip over police cars? Is it just the liberals that do that?
No, it was
There
not.
are no conservatives out there doing that idiotic shit. None. There are no conservatives. Every rise of the conservative brother that we're talking about is completely 100% against it. 100%. And if you
Well,
show a conservative that's down with that rioting and looting and all that freaking anarchist behavior, I'll tell you they're full of shit.
so okay, so anyway, X. Uh, I'm gonna tell you right now, man. And you already know I've been reporting on that, and I was out there a few times. Uh, they had a lot of people. A lot of people were catching their husbands and wives and parents and different people from churches and stuff out there robbing and looting. If they saw an opportunity, they were taking it. So
Was
I
it
mean, granted,
conservatives? BMP, answer the question, bro. Was it conservatives?
yeah, it's actually a whole lot of people.
Where? What conservatives were out there, bro? Point them to me. I want to know, man.
Nigga, you don't even know about the George Floyd and the Minnesota militia. So why am
Oh,
I
come on, bro. I don't, bro, come
gonna
on. He asked you a question about conservatives. Are they out there rioting and looting and destroying our country? Answer the question. Don't
Trey,
deflect, bro.
Trey, you're out of the loop on a lot of shit, man. Stick to SYSBM. Stick. Well, let the
Hey,
real
bro,
conversation.
you're off base, bro. You can't stick to the topic because you don't want to piss off those scrags. You don't want to piss off those scrags that you be having on your channels, bro.
You don't mean shit
Bro,
out to me.
you answer to them scrags that's on your panel. That's your problem.
Your mama that damn took your kid, so I mean, shit, you ain't that damn high. You had a whole woman drag you through the court, so nigga. I mean, shit, I ain't never had that. You had a whole bitch gang check your ass, so nigga.
You answer to the scrags, bro. You answer to the scrags.
You had a strag take you to court and take your fucking kids, nigga.
Bro,
So,
sorry, bro. I got my kids now, bro. So what?
Yeah. And what? Nigga?
So what, bro? My kids are grown, all successful, bro. Except what? Come on, man. Come on, man.
Ain't
you, bro? Now you gotta go personal attacks, bro. Feminine tactics. You answer to the scrag, bro. You ain't no real conservative. You answer to the scrags. I told you you're a liberal, bro.
Right now, nigga. You're a reform
motherfucker, BMT. That's what you are, bro. You a whole ass nigga, BMT. You rock with Diddy, Super Mike, and all them other bitch ass niggas, bro.
Hold on. God damn it. Hold on. Can we just stick to talking about the conservatives, man, and not calling people bitch ass niggas and talking about people's families and all that shit? I mean, we can have this conversation without doing all that shit. Man.
I'm just doing the Lord's will. That's part of being a conservative.
Can we just stick to whether or not I'd rather have y'all argue over who's a real conservative and who's not, as opposed to, talking about each other's wives and kids and this and that.
I got the same wife.
I'd rather have y'all argue over that.
Man,
let me
family.
Hey Trey, you can have it. You can have it. I'm gonna go back to my party with my wife.
Some feminine ass shit.
Yeah, I didn't want the conversation to descend into that, where we name calling and all that kind of shit, unless we saying you a liberal, you're a conservative. If we throwing those names around, I don't have a problem with it. But once it start getting to all that other shit, man.
Here's the issue, man. I cannot. Super Mike is okay. He's got his views, but somebody like D. Darrell, man, is a detriment. Line with somebody like that, I can't. You talk about things. And is up there and said something. You want to start the personal attacks. Well, guess what? You're going to catch. If you're like I said, I'm about values and standards. That's what I was raised. The conservative values I was raised on. That politics stuff, he can have that all day long. All these other politicians, that's on them. It starts in the home with the traditional family and values and standards. If you don't start with that, you don't have a foundation.
Well, do you think that many of us as black people, we kind of anti-conservative because we equate it to whiteness or white people or white life or white culture or white supremacy or white anything. Is that, do you think that that's the, is that the towering thing that kind of stops us from at least listening to some conservative views or conservative ideas?
Yeah, of course. Like I was saying before, if you get good grades in school, you're considered white. If you talk proper, it's considered white. If you show respect to the police and authority, it's considered white. If you don't support criminal behavior or excuse it, it's considered whiteness. If you're not about being on time and punctual, it's considered whiteness. If you're not about, putting in that work first before partying and playing, it's considered whiteness. And this has all come out. This is all from the African American Natural History Museum, whatever the Smithsonian has. They put this out. The whole book, White Fragility, New York Times bestseller. All these things I just said are listed in there as inherent to being white. And if you look at, you can look at Thomas Sowell, Black Redneck Culture. King Sigma's got a viral video about it. Black redneck culture props up dysfunction. Dysfunction is normalized in the black community to the point where we celebrate people that ain't shit, which is why those liberals, those snowflakes can use somebody like George Floyd to galvanize the destruction of the country. You know what? RIP to the man. He ran into a freaking fucked up cop and a bad thing happened to him. But we can't sit there and treat him like a martyr. And that's what black people can't accept. And that's why the majority of brothers can't make that final step and come over to the conservative side, because they can't let go of that whole, whatever they're holding on to, it will make them finally say, fuck dysfunction 100%.
Well, could it be, I'll play the devil's advocate here. Could it be that a majority of brothers are just not too versed in politics? They don't understand politics completely. They don't read, because we know black folks hate reading books. If you take a book and put it on a black person's hand, it's like when you stick the crucifix on Dracula's hand. That shit is like, it singes their shit. So we know a lot of black folks don't read, especially when you're talking about political material. We know that a lot of black people don't engage in political conversations. A lot of black people don't do political research. So I think a lot of brothers, like I said, I'm playing devil's advocate here. I think a lot of brothers are afraid to kind of hear the whole conservative thing out because they may not be that versed in politics. Could that be the case?
Yeah, because what's got to happen is brothers really need to dig into the true history of the Democratic Party. Because you have brothers who founded the Democratic Party, and they'll look at you like you're crazy. But you ask them who's on a $20 bill, they'll be like Andrew Jackson. Oh, that racist guy, Trail of Tears. They're like, well, why are you why are you supporting the Democratic Party? Then, he's the founder of it. And you get that perplexed look. You mentioned Thomas Sowell, Shelby Steele, Walter Williams, men like that. And right over brothers' heads. Have you done it? Nah. And then you got some brothers that have be like, no, I can't agree with them. They coons. But what about their message? Well, I couldn't read it. I can't get past that coon stuff they talking. Because what, they're all talking is that, look, hard work equals success. The mentality is just that.
Wow.
And, we've been receiving handouts for so long that it's ingrained in us. It's the whole matriarchal society. If you answer to the woman, you're not a man. And that's where, black men fall. And that's why I advocate push black men. Take control. And if you get your kids, go take your kids. Do whatever you got to do to get custody of your kids. And if black men dug deeper into politics, deeper into philosophy, economics, boom, everything would change. They would be 100% for Trump, not for freaking Joe Biden and whoever he's going to, whatever, black woman he's going to pick as his running mate. It's freaking cultural suicide. Like you said, you ain't black if you ain't voting for me. How could any
Aha.
brother after that actually even get supporting Biden? Like, you
Yeah, I
ain't a
think.
real nigga if you don't support
Yeah,
me.
yeah, I think
This
that was
Joe Biden
that
actually
was
said
totally
years ago
absurd.
politically that Joe Biden said straight out his mouth, I don't want my kids going to school in a jungle environment with black kids. But brothers,
Absurd.
still, I, I don't get it.
Well, we've been joined by my brother Nate, little big Nate. What's good with it, brother Nate?
Xavier, man, I saw your email, bro. I wish you would have reached out, man. I definitely would have made arrangements to be able to be on. My son and I, we hit pads, and he's a Muay Thai guy, and we do that at night. He can't go to the gym he's a part of. So, but my apologies, man. I wish I would have known.
It's
Hello,
all good.
Trey the
It's all good.
NBD. A salute to the platform here.
What's
Yeah,
going on? Quick, Nate, my bad. Hey, BMT, X, I'll be right back. I got to switch over to my
Okay.
wife's phone.
sure,
Okay.
sure.
What?
No problem. Yeah, I'm a conservative. The reason I'm a conservative is because I deal with probability in life, and the 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 fundamentals of conservatism. Financial frugality, hard work, focus on the future, family values. All these things will increase the probability and the likelihood of you being successful, especially as a black man in America. Our sojourn is very different from many other peoples in this country. I've said several occasions I'm not a Republican. I have serious issues with the Republican Party. Um, they've capitulated on the embrace of homosexuality. People have the right to live their lives the way they want, but shoving this way of life down everyone's throats, the embrace of everything trans, which is nothing more than self-mutilation. They've capitulated on that, in my opinion. The Republican Party is not a conservative party. There's a conservative wing to the Republican Party. The Republican establishment is in favor of open borders to suit the needs and placate businessmen that are in the Republican Party, which is the reason I'm a registered independent. And I usually vote Republican, or sometimes I just won't vote at all. Um, it's all about helping yourself become, it's about giving yourself the chance to be as successful as humanly possible. I've been in this space now for about 3 weeks, going up on panels and talking to people. And, I've gotten some pushback. I was on Bernard Riley's platform and, did why I'm voting for Trump. And I appreciate Bernard Riley giving me his platform to talk. I like the way you just let me run, brother Xavier, brother Bernard Riley asked some questions. And it was a little difficult to get all the things I wanted to touch base on out. But a couple of questions I want you to ask yourselves, gentlemen, whoever is listening in the chat. Brother Xavier, do you know a lot of black conservative or black Republican men? How many would you say you know?
I know personally that I can say I really know them. I know about 5 of them.
How
But
about just know of brothers that lean to the right? Just a ballpark number.
no, I don't know of any. The ones that I know are customers and their business owners.
Okay, gotcha.
I was telling
Okay.
I was telling Trey the same thing. Like most of the conservative brothers that I know are brothers who, come to me because I'm a mechanical engineer. I work on their equipment,
Gotcha.
bulldozers and commercial lawn equipment, shit like that. These brothers own businesses. So
Gotcha.
those are the only like quote unquote conservative brothers that I actually know, to be
Okay.
honest. But go ahead.
Do you know a lot of black male Democrats?
Of course.
Okay. All right. Well, now I've got a question for you, Xavier. Which group has the larger group of unemployed, broke men? How many poor black conservative men do you know?
None.
Thank you, sir.
None.
How many
None.
broke, unemployed, or underemployed Black Democrat men do you know?
Oh, quite a few.
Thank you, sir.
Quite a few.
Thank you. That kind of settles it, in my opinion.
Quite a few.
I know about 4 or 5 real staunch conservative brothers who lean right, Republicans. None of them are broke. All of these brothers own homes, rent beautiful lofts in uptown Charlotte. They have vehicles that are paid for. They live within their means. It's about a set of principles that undergird your life, a set of parameters that you live your life in that increase the probability that you are going to be successful. Black people, we are so emotional, men and women. We are so emotionally invested in the Democrats that we will abandon all of our morals. We abandon all of the principles that have dictated how our lives go, all in exchange to get that pat on the head and that acknowledgement from the Democrats that we're okay. I've asked Black men for the last 10 years, name one piece of legislation that the Democrat Party has put forward specifically to help Black men. I've yet to get an answer. Now, you could also ask the question of the Republican Party, and we don't vote for them, so I wouldn't expect them to put forward any legislation for us. But if we're talking about Donald Trump, there are several things he's done to help make Black men's lives better. They weren't necessarily aimed at Black men specifically. They were aimed at Black people. Some of them directly and indirectly have helped us tremendously. So, that's why I'm a conservative. That's why I normally will vote Republican. I'm a registered independent, and I don't accept anyone's litmus test telling me I have to label myself one thing or another. I am what I am. I can stand on what I believe, and you're going to have difficulty defeating my logic. But that's where I come from. And again, sorry I'm late, bro. So sorry.
Well, let me double back because we talked about this at the top of the stream. We talked about, and this piggybacks off of the point you were just making, Brother Nate. Like I said, all the conservative brothers that I know, these are business owners. These brothers own businesses where they have, they got a fleet of trucks, they got a freaking shop, that's like 3,000 square feet. These are brothers who own shit.
Exactly.
These are all of the conservative brothers I know. So let me ask this. Is being a conservative more of a economic, or should I say social economic thing as opposed to politics? Well, I know it's a way of life. I know it's a value system. It's about values and things like that. But are you more likely to be a conservative brother if you're a brother who actually has something? Is being a liberal, is liberalism a broke ideology? Is that the ideology of broke folks, liberalism?
Well, let's look at what happens to people when they go to college and then when they get married and start to raise a family. Most college students are liberal. Most colleges and universities are bastions of liberal thought. Okay. They have all these weird ideals that they're going to change the world. They're going to put everybody on an equal playing field. Equality will reign over the land, which, is a bunch of bullshit. And then these people, all of a sudden, they get married. Most of them are going to be white that do that. But they get married. They attempt to start a business. They have children. And then they begin to get upset about the amount of money being taken out of their check. And when you look at your check, when you realize the fact that you work from January 1st to, I believe, April 20 something in order to pay taxes, none of the work that you do between those periods of time go into your pocket. And you're a business owner, brother Xavier. You know the hell of taxes, the hell it would wreak on your bottom line, and over regulation, and what it does to your ability to
Bitch.
grow your business, bro. I mean, come on.
It's a
You know?
bitch.
Yes, it's horrible.
It's a
It's
bitch.
horrible. You know, and you know, many of these regulations are put in place by large corporations attempting to stifle your ability to compete with them. They have lobbyists that they pay, and they'll get all sorts of regulations enacted. And you know, Donald Trump he's a big businessman, and he came in and got rid of thousands of regulations that were stifling small business. You know, to me, again, it's about the probability. Living the lifestyle of a conservative will increase the likelihood of you being successful, especially as a black man, exponentially. Okay, you can't even put a number on it. Again, every black conservative or quote unquote black Republican I know is successful by anybody's measure. They are all successful. And you will never, you will never meet a broke black conservative or Republican male
Hey,
ever
can I
in your
chime in
life.
right there about that, Nate?
Sure, go ahead, sir.
When I finally made the switch over from being moderate to just accepting who I was a conservative, my life got a whole lot happier. Like my anxiety went away, and honestly, my businesses, both of them, took off. Like blessings just came raining from the sky. You know, when I just switched to being, you know, values based and standards based, you know, I was able to get my kids, you know, my adult kids, you know, I was able to show them the right path, and now they're following me. And honestly, I'm really just stress free. And that's one of the biggest things I've heard a lot from conservatives, especially brothers, is that they're happy. Their lives are just wonderful. They live wonderful lives. They take vacations. Their kids are happy. Their wives are happy. It's just the lifestyle, like you were saying, Nate.
Absolutely. I'm a single dad too. I got divorced in 04, and I fought for and got full custody of my two children. I could not have raised them without these principles undergirding my life. There's just no way. There's no way I would, as a single dad 9 years ago, after sacrificing, when I moved from Memphis to South Carolina, I rented a small 1,200 square foot ranch. My children's bedrooms looked like Toys R Us. Okay. When we got to South Carolina, they were like 6 and 3. So, but my room, I had a air mattress, and I folded my clothing and I kept my clothing on the floor for 4 years while I saved for my house. About 9 years ago, purchased a house in a beautiful community, great school system. I couldn't have done any of that if I didn't have conservative principles guiding my every step. You know, you got to get to the point where you stop caring what people think. You know, I've gotten pushback, you know, coming in the last 3 weeks, coming on people's panels and giving my perspective on things. And you just have to stop caring, you know, don't care. If you can vote for a party that tells black women that it's okay to kill their children, then vote for them. If you can vote for a party that tells black women it's okay to be morbidly obese, we're not going to body shame you, we're going to have body positivity, then vote for them. If you can vote for a political party that is for open borders, and again, even though the Republican establishment's for it too, which means that several of your teenagers won't be able to get jobs, and the jobs they do get, the wages will be lower because illegal immigration drives down wages, then you should vote for them. If you're okay voting for a party that will tell you that a man born a man can be a woman, and a woman born a woman can be a man, that men, because they feel like wearing a wig, lipstick, and a dress, should be able to go into the bathroom with your adolescent daughter, then you should vote for them. These are the things that Democrats are openly advocating for. And it's not like the Republicans are putting up much of a fight in opposition to these horrible ideas, but at least they're not advocating for them. Okay. Under no circumstances, I can't imagine what would possess any black male to vote for Democrats this particular election. I can't. And again, I've been asking black men, give me a reason to vote for a Democrat. Look, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. That's me knocking over shit off my desk.
My bad. I don't know how you can reconcile that in your mind when you see what Democrat and feminist ideology has done to black women. It has ruined them. They are ruined largely. 80-90% of them, that you're not going to be able to establish a functioning household with them. And I don't take any joy in saying this. I'm attracted to black women. I prefer black women. But the chances of me being able to find one that I could, have another household with are it's pretty much slim to none. And it's unfortunate because there are good black women out there. There are black women working to be physically fit. There are black women trying their best to reject. They see the carnage of their mom, their aunts, the wreckage that is largely black American women. They see this, and many of them don't want any parts of it, but they're just terrified to speak up.
Hey, I'll tell you, Nate, when you see or meet, one of these unicorns, it's weird. Like you're kind of suspect when you meet one. Like, okay, do you really believe what you're actually saying? And since I am part of a couple conservative movements, and when I meet these women, I ask them, how's life? How is it being a black conservative woman, a true black conservative woman? And the stuff they tell me, man, they get it 10 times worse than brothers. If you think we're called coons, man, they get it. Whoa, the stuff I've heard from them is horrendous.
I mean, think about it. You're talking about a group of women who will mock a woman who wants to be a wife. They'll call her a pick-me because I'm going to maintain the appropriate weight. I'm going to maintain my beauty. I'm going to work on developing the traits and characteristics of a good mother, a good wife, a good helpmate. That's grounds to be mocked and insulted. This is how far gone many of them are. I don't get any joy about this. I have a daughter that I raised since she was 2. I have a son that I would prefer to come home with a black woman. I mean, me personally, I'm just not attracted to white women, but I applaud their femininity. I applaud the work they put in to maintain the beauty that they do have. I applaud it. I've said this on black women's panels that I applaud it. I also told them that black women have everything that they need to be the most desirable woman in America. I genuinely believe that. They have everything they need aesthetically to be that. But because they allow this poisonous doctrine, they devote their life to it. I mean, 95% of black women voted for Hillary Clinton. Under what 55% of white women voted for Trump. So, the sisterhood, where is it? Show me.
Yeah, it's strong, bro. And when, like, what can I say to my son? Because, I don't know if you heard, but I was married to a black woman for 16 years. And, bro, it was 16 years of just, I'm an idiot for staying for so long. It's all on me. But, man, I can tell crazy stories. And my son, he witnessed it all. And my son has wonderful, beautiful friends that are black females. But, man, he won't go nowhere near them. He's got bad Latina after bad Latina on his arm. But what can I tell him after what he witnessed for those 16 years, me being with his mom?
I was on Bernard Riley's panel earlier today, and I brought up the fact that Kay Michelle, when she had her interview on a radio station with Derek Jackson, she said that she's disappointed that her son dates white women. And I said, I'm shocked that he likes women at all with a mother like you. A woman who goes on TV and gets into fist fights, and when's the last time her son saw his mother's hair even? Probably. This woman keeps a red ratchet hair hat on her head, glued or sewn into her head. She had stints as a lesbian on these reality shows. She would have conversations with black men, usually, industry thugs and rappers and stuff. I want to see your baby arm. That's what she calls a man's penis, a baby arm. And this boy grew up seeing his mother engage in that disgusting behavior. A lot of black boys grow up seeing their mothers act like that,
Yeah.
So I can't be mad at black men for wanting the very best for themselves. My son, I want my son to be with a black woman. It would be nice. But when he was 13 or 14, I explained to him what steps you need to take, when you're interested in the girl. The first thing you do is you look at her social media. And if she's, cussing, she's got foul videos up, you forget it because there's nothing you can do with her. Well, my son, when he'll be interested in a girl, he'll tell me about it. And I'll say, well, whatever happened with such and such? You know what he says? He says, Dad, I couldn't do nothing with her. There's nothing I can do with her. He repeats what I say, basically. And there's nothing you can do with many of them. It's unfortunate. Again, I take no pleasure in saying this, but there's just nothing. If you're family oriented and you want a functioning household with a woman that is not beside you, she's behind you. You're supposed to walk into the fray. You're supposed to take any oncoming artillery that's being aimed at your family. You get behind me, not beside me. You get behind me and you follow my lead. And if that doesn't work, well, then you can hit the bricks and get back to juggling dicks.
Juggling. Is that the thing, though? Is that the thing? Like, let's talk about that, because on these airways, we always hear, oh, y'all want white women and Latino women and women from other countries and all this kind of stuff. Is it that, or is it that brothers want a woman who are obviously more feminine they would want, but is it that these women are more conservative than black women? Do these women embrace the conservative ideal, if you will, and that is what draws brothers to these women, as opposed to just the fact that they're white or Latino or Asian? Are these women more conservative?
Well, I'll put it like this, X. I'm in some black men travel groups on Facebook, and I see brothers go overseas running into the same problems that they're dealing with here in the States. And I tell them, like, look, if you don't learn the culture, don't learn the language, you're going to go to foreign places, or you're going to go to other races within the U.S., and you're going to end up with women that have the same ideology as 95% of the ABW, which, I hate to say it, but the values are conservative. They're that handout, that victim mentality. It's part of that whole Me Too feminist thing. But if you're a man and you stand on, your principles and you're about standards, when you go to one of these places or you go to another culture trying to find a relationship, one of the first things you're going to look for is a woman that wants a man, that believes in a man and a woman and children.
Yeah, I think, there's a very vocal minority of white women, the pussy hat marchers and stuff, that are feminist. They're loud, they're vocal, but they're a minority. Whereas black women, the overwhelming majority, have feminist tendencies and subscribe to feminist ideology. They may not call it feminism, but my body, my choice is a feminist tenet. Ain't no man gonna tell me what to do is a feminist idea. I'm better than men. I'm stronger than men. I'm strong. Just all the nonsense that vomits from their mouth that makes them so unappealing to any type of competent, family-oriented man, that's their message. I said there's this guy named Solo 84, Solo TV 84, I think his name is, and he put up a community tab where there's a woman named Janae, where oh yeah, she's a feminist. She wears a feminist T-shirt. He put up a communication that was in the comments, excuse me, between them, where she said, "I'm not going to watch some 5-hour bash session." A brother named Cordell said to her, "Well, why don't you just unplug, from the internet? You don't need to watch it." And this is what she said, and you can go check it for yourself. She said, "Shut the fuck up." And she said, "Suck my dick." Okay?
Yes.
Now, if you think I'm going to protect, be involved with, or have any dealings with a creature that could come out of her venomous mouth like that, you are crazy. I will watch you get your head split open. I'm not gonna cheer. I'm not gonna celebrate it, but I absolutely will not intervene.
Yeah,
These
keep
black
stepping.
women, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, that's something to keep stepping. I got a question, Nate. I don't know. I'm 45, but what I'm seeing though amongst my peers, on the female side, is that you know the black women are sticking to their guns around my age range. That strong and independent, strong and independent. But these white Latinas, that I came up with from college, high school, military, they're all like, man, screw that feminist stuff. I got to change up. I got to start acting like a woman, lose weight, or I'm gonna be single and Catwoman the rest of my life.
Absolutely. No, I agree completely. Yeah, Rebecca Lynn Pope, she was a matchmaker, I believe in Atlanta, who worked with black women. She said, "I absolutely refuse to work with Generation X black women and older." I think I don't even know if she's a matchmaker anymore. Things got so bad. Black women was so delusional that I don't know if she still does her business, but she put out this incredible diatribe about how horrible it is to work with black women. Nicole Michelle, she's a femininity influencer. She says she's done dealing with black women in their 40s. Black women in their 40s and in their late 30s, their tendency is to double, triple, and quadruple down on the fuckery. And
Nate, when myself and I don't know if you know, but the lawyer Dennis Sperling.
yes, on Obsidians. I talked to him. Yeah.
Okay, me and him, we used to go on Nicole Michelle's panels and try to tell these women, like, look, all you got to do is do these 3 things. Of course, our first choice was black women. Of course it was. But look, we're both, like deal with Dominican women. But over the years, what happened is like, we can't do it anymore. We're telling you, we're giving you the cheat codes and you don't want to listen.
Absolutely. If you look across the manosphere, the ages are from 30 to mid 50s or so. And some 60-year-old brothers, I think Black Uru and a couple other cats are that age. And what I've said on a couple of panels is that black women need to understand that this attempt to make an appeal for you to change is almost over. Brother Ramil Ramir, he has got some pretty radical ideas. Surrogacy, if you want children, the whole pump and dump movement. These brothers 30 and under are not going to try to appeal to you in the slightest.
Absolutely.
Not in the slightest. It is over. I'm 45 too. I'm 45 years old also. And I can absolutely promise you, this is the last generation of black men that are going to try to make an appeal for black women to change. It's over after this. These brothers, I've heard brothers that work in high schools and work with young black men, these teenage black boys ain't even trying to holler at black girls, black American girls. They're not even interested in them. You look at their social media, how reckless they are with their bodies. Dude, like I said, I told my son, you leave them alone. There's nothing you can do for them. And it breaks my heart because, again, I have a little girl that I raised into black womanhood. And my daughter, when she was 16, she went to go live with her mother a couple of years ago. because she needed to. But when she was 16, she would bring me her phone and she would show me things on her Snapchat. That's what the young people, that's their social media of choice. And she showed me things that Black girls her age were saying. She showed me her phone. Black girls were saying, "Who's got the good dick for the summer?" She showed me her phone, and teenage Black girls are saying, "You niggas can't handle this pussy." These are what teenage Black girls are saying to Black boys. What can you do with a woman that talks like that? You can't do it. There's only one thing you can do with her. And in my opinion, I'm not even doing that. I don't want any parts of this shit. You can keep it. And I'm not saying that for Black women across the board. I'm saying that about Black American women who participate in Black American female culture, who support it, who big up Madame Noir, the Griot, Lipstick Alley, all these horrible places where Black women get all these terrible ideas about how they're supposed to act. I've said on several occasions, you Black women listen to all the wrong people. Almost everything you're told is incorrect. You deny a Black girl access to her father, or you don't have a child with a man that has the capacity to father, that girl will not have any experience with reasoned or logical thinking, because women just don't do it, especially Black women. A reasoned, logical Black woman? Where?
Hey, Nate, I'll tell you, man, one thing that pushed me to the hard conservative side, I was, like you say, conservative leaning views, moderate, was my 26-year-old daughter, man. She went through some shit last year. And she, her and her pen pal, a white soldier, who's now my son-in-law, man, he put her in check. Like, he's like a white version of me. And what can I say? Like, he took my daughter from, dude, she was looking at time and just complete idiocy from being raised by her mom.
Oh, that's who raised her. You didn't raise her. Oh,
no. But her mom would always give me hell, like, vicariously. I don't get it. This daughter is a spitting image of you. And she knew that, I was always there. I never missed a child support payment after 3 years old. I was always trying to get there, but her mom was like, nope, 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 you were a deadbeat. You were a thug. Nope, nope, nope. And come to find out, my daughter told my wife, all this crazy stuff she had been through. And finally last week, she told my wife, was like, after her wedding, like, I got to thank you so much for you and my dad. My dad been right all these years. I should have been with him all these years. Wow. I can't believe my mom kept him away from me.
Oh, wow.
She's like, my life would have turned out so much different if I would have been with my dad.
Yeah, bruh. My daughter, before she left to go live with her mother, she's a huge Chris Brown fan. Huge. And Michael Jackson, her two favorite artists. So she came home, she told me the story about how she was at the lunch table, she was talking about Chris Brown, he had new music come out recently. And, there was a couple of young ladies who brought up his incident with Rihanna. And let me give you an example of a logical Black woman raised by her father. My daughter said, what are you all talking about? They said, well, Chris Brown's an abuser and he's horrible. But my daughter said, no, Chris Brown did absolutely nothing wrong. And she told them Chris Brown was driving his Lamborghini on some highway in California. Rihanna saw a call or a text come from a woman that Chris Brown was supposedly messing with. She grabbed his penis with one hand and started punching him in the head with the other while he was driving. Chris Brown almost wrecked. He pulled over and he fought her back. He defended himself. This is what my daughter told these idiot young girls. That's exactly what happened. And to this day, Chris Brown pays for defending himself. Okay? Look, I'm not saying cheating is right, but you don't commit an assault over cheating. You leave him, you sully his name, do whatever the fuck you want to do, but don't almost get him and you killed. And of course, my daughter, she shuts everybody down when she says this stuff. So the girls, scurried off and, went to go be with people who more think like they do. And that's just the sign of the power of a black girl having her father raise her, if not as a partner with the mother, which what needs to happen now is that we just take custody of our children. Bruh, I talk with my son often. I said, son, do you ever wonder what your life would have been like if you grew up with your mother? I'll say this, I got to get off at around 12, but you know, when my ex-wife would call, I would see the phone and I would see it was her number. I would hand the phone to my children, right? And so there was 4 times over about a 10-year period that the children brought the phone to me and said, Mommy wants to talk to you. 4 times over a 10-year period. And each one of those 4 times, she was calling me from the hospital where her latest beau had put her. Now, I don't condemn these brothers. I know what this woman was capable of. And let me say this, she has changed her life tremendously. She's got her own place, her own car. She works for the VA. I mean, she's really turned her life around. Otherwise, my daughter wouldn't have went to go live with her. But for those 10, 12 years of hell and of chaos she was involved in, she got put in the hospital by 4. I don't know if it was 4 different dudes. I know it was 4 times. And I can't imagine my children being in the middle of that shit. We have got to get custody of our children, gentlemen. And
you know what? Oh, my bad, Nate.
No. Go ahead, man. I was done.
I was gonna say is that we segue into as conservative brothers, and this is why I tell you that I've been conservative a long time. I just kept silent. Is that we're never looked at as the first choice by the rank and file from the sisterhood.
Oh, absolutely.
Because our values don't line up with that. Our values are of a patriarchy. Our values are with leaders. We're going to, like you said, stand behind me. And 95% can't agree with that, can't rock with it. I fought for 16 years, in a marriage dealing with that. Main issue right there.
If I might ask, I'm sorry, go ahead.
A lot of these, so-called women who are out there kind of looking, to be picked up, swept up, wiped up, whatever. If you lean more towards the conservative ideology, those chicks are probably not even going to be within your circle of influence anyway. Y'all aren't going to be in the same places. Y'all not going to do the same shit. Y'all ain't going to be in the same clubs. Y'all not going to, involve yourself in the same activities, because when you talk about, I know the conservative brothers that I know, the few that I do know, I know maybe 4 or 5 brothers. All of these brothers are married. I mean, all of them are married.
Absolutely.
All of them are married. Every single one of them is married. Like I said, they all own businesses. They own construction companies. They own landscaping companies. They own roofing companies and shit like that. And all of these brothers that I know, and many of them are younger than me, but a lot of them have been married longer than me.
Wow.
Yeah, they're younger. A lot of those brothers are like in their mid-40s, and they're like, "Oh man, I've been married for 25 years, ex." I'm like, "Damn, you got married when you were like 20?" So I mean,
I got a question. I got a question for you.
Go ahead.
How?
Oh, and hold on a second. We've been joined by Brother David Monroe. I'm gonna answer this question from Brother Nate. Then we're gonna go to you, Brother David. Go ahead, Brother Nate.
All right. How many times have you heard a black woman say the words traditional family values? Have you ever in your life heard a black woman say those words?
I've never heard it. Exactly. I've never. Women don't talk that way. Well, they just don't. Not the women that I've seen. They don't talk that way, man. They don't talk traditional. They don't talk any of that shit. I mean, most of the time when women talk about family, most of the time, when they're talking about family, they're talking about their old kids. They talking about their sister, their mama, their auntie, and their grandmama. You know, the men are not part of it. And I've told people this a million times. Black men, you're not considered part of any community. You're not.
Wow.
Black men, you are not considered part of the quote unquote black family. Your job as a black man, as far as black society goes, on a collective community level, is to come in and do whatever you need to do. Shut up, vote Democratic. Don't talk about the ills of said community. Don't criticize the dysfunction of said community, and God be with you if you go against the narrative of the matriarchal female collective hierarchy. God be with you. That's pretty much your description. That's how you're described as a black man in the quote unquote black society. Um, as far as traditional family and values go, you will never hear those three goddamn words coming out the mouth of the rank and file black woman. You're not going to hear those words together in a phrase, in a sentence. No, you probably won't even hear. Well, most of the, like I said, most of the time when women are talking about family, when you hear a woman talk about, oh, you know, I got my family, that means it's her 5 kids by 5 different dudes. See, that's become the family. That's the bastardized family. Some woman with a bunch of fucking kids. That is the family. That's what they think family is. When you say, well, a family is man, woman, children, people look at you like you are freaking crazy. You know why? Because it's such an oddity. It's such an anomaly.
In Black
It's
America.
such
Yeah.
Yeah, it's such an anomaly, you know, because my wife, she gets it when she goes places, you know, and she be like, well, you know, I gotta run it by my husband. She said women look at her like, you got a husband? You know,
Mm.
like it's some foreign fucking artifact that you found in the depths of in the depths of the Pacific Ocean or some shit. They're like, oh, you got a husband? I'm like, I'm telling you, woman, you have no idea how much you are in the minority by simply being a married black woman. Now she's
Mm.
starting to get it because, you know, I've been hammering her with this shit for years. She's starting to get it. She's starting to understand that. I said, look at all your sisters, because none of her sisters have husbands.
Of course
She's
not.
got 1, 2, 3. She's got 4 sisters. None of them hoes is married. Not one. I mean,
Yeah.
not one. But guess what? All of them got, though? A bunch of goddamn kids. They all got kids, but none of them have a wedding ring.
You
I'm
know,
like, see how this is?
something that I find that's encouraging. You know, you look at what Kevin Samuels is doing on his program, and younger black women are calling into his program and asking for guidance from this brother.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, it's a small amount, you know, but his program is growing like crazy. And
Oh, yeah.
you got black women listening to a man check them. Black
Yeah.
women haven't been checked for 50 years.
Yeah,
They
man.
haven't been checked.
Brother Samuels is
You know,
cold on them hoes. He
yeah,
cold
I
on them
have a
hoes too,
suspicion
boy.
about that.
Go ahead,
Not,
brother David. Go ahead.
what's going on, David? And yeah, what's going on, everybody? And TP, brother X, you got two of my favorite guys up there. Trey, you know you my dude, and Lil Big Nate, you've been popping up a lot lately, and I'm pretty much in alignment with a lot of what you have to say. You pretty much come with solid arguments, well thought out, and I appreciate having somebody like you on the panels a lot of time.
I
But
appreciate
yeah, oh damn, I just lost my train of thought real quick.
that, bro.
But there was something I was trying to talk about before we got down this line of conversation, and part of the reason why I even tried to come up with the whole, like, I tried to adopt the moniker like the hood conservative, is basically because what I see is like the ideas that and the basic principles that we talk about is not even so much like party affiliated per se. It's just like a more normal, productive way of life. And I think the message needs to be brought to like even the average guy, whether you know just some poor guy in the hood or you working your way through the middle class. because what I see happening right now in American society is getting to a point where you have most of the family formation is really happening at the upper levels, and things, it's almost like the game is being rigged for the elites, so to speak, to have a family formation and a solid family dynamic. But if you're like a regular guy coming up just trying to build something, it gets harder and harder to not only like lead your family and be the head of household and all that traditional patriarchal stuff, but the messaging is all against you. So it's like you got the legal structure and then this whole cultural wave that comes against you. And what I really want to try to do is find a way to explain that even like to the regular guy, like if you're a guy from the hood, I think it kind of goes, it should be apparent to you. Well, I want to make it apparent to you rather that most of these girls actually don't want to do things a better way per se. They don't want to make that kind of like that change. When Lil Big Nate was just asking how much have you heard women talk about traditional family, in their mind that's like old school, unnatural at this point kind of thinking. But the problem with that is the people, if you want to go down this argument of like racial competition and ethnic competition for whatever degree, the people who are out competing us are either doing it by excessive family formation and like aggressive personal productivity, or have done it that same way. It's either they did it that way or they're doing it right now. And I don't know how we really can bridge that gap without addressing that critical issue. It's not just that, the upper middle class black people can get on TV and make a case for black love. Black love has to be a practical reality for somebody who's just starting out at a young point in life. You can't be putting hurdles in the way of people that are actually willing to make the proper commitments to actually produce better black people, I guess you could say.
The nuclear black family is all but gone. I mean, I've said this on a couple of panels before. If 26% of black women are married, and the demographers expect that to slightly tick down, and 32 to 33% of black men are married, and the demographers expect that to slightly tick up because 600,000 to 700,000 black men have married out. We're moving in a different direction politically. We're moving in a different direction as far as our, just our basic union. The ADOS black nuclear family, man, it's almost over. I don't think black women are going to sound the alarm until their marriage rate is in the single digits. I mean, 1 out of every 2 black women between the age of 14 and 49 has an STD. If you Google the CDC, they say that 49% of black women between that age group has genital herpes.
And,
Now, go ahead. I'm sorry.
and what I was going to say is that is the one of the hugest issues with the SYSBM movement is that, Mad Bus Driver came said, look, go elsewhere. The ABW is through, to the tune of, like we said, 95%. If you're lucky enough to find one, congrats to you. But fellas, if you want to start a family, if you want to have a nuclear family with a traditional woman, you're going to have to go elsewhere. And we all know the reaction and the pushback that's receiving. Because when you leave the plantation, people are going to do their damnedest to prevent that and bring you back on. And we all know within the community and the sisterhood, the worst thing you can do to leave the community is go elsewhere relationship-wise.
Well, what I don't understand is that, I mean, you've been telling us for 40, 50 years that we ain't shit. Why would you be upset if we left? I would think we'd be doing you a favor, you know?
I just had a little light bulb go off. I think black men and that whole SYSBM thing, and I don't really preach SYSBM, but I don't disagree with it. I kind of support it.
I can
But
understand it. Yeah, I understand it.
right. The thing is, I think what it needs to happen, you know, if you study like economics, man, I love listening to like, you know, people talk about economics, Thomas Sowell and all that stuff. It's just like what I learned is that you have to apply like a reward system or something incentives based. And what's going to happen is this whole SYSBM thing, and not just that, like whatever you want to call it, the fact that there's a growing cadre of like the dateable black men who are just openly and loudly proclaiming their desire to date away from the average black woman. I think it creates what you call market competition. And market competition may be the thing to actually save the black community, in my opinion. I believe, and this is, you know, it kind of ties into a lot of the other conservative principles when you're talking about, you know, just regular market economy in general. I think it applies not only to business practices, to better business practices rather, but also to better human relations. If you apply competition and enforce rules and regulation, which is actually the key to competitions, then I think you can create something more of a balance, and that balance can be the nucleus that grows onto a better black community for the next century if you're lucky.
Well, I think, and I say this a lot, and I know people hate when I say it. I think that right here, right now, whatever children that black men have, they need to go and get custody of them. I think that too will save, because let's be honest. I mean, we all know black fathers are the best fathers. Let's just go right to that. All right. So if you got black men in droves coming back and getting custody of these children, where the next generation of children are going to be, for the most part, a better generation of children than the ones who have been raised in the past by these old mammies. All right. That's just a fact. So if you get these men in there and you get these men raising their children, and if you can't get these men raising these children, you get these children's grandfathers and uncles and older cousins raising them. Next generation of children will be more productive. They will be more civilized. They will be more socialized. They will be more educated. They would be more balanced. So you have a group of children, another generation of children who are more viable than the past generation, males and females, because I'm all with brothers getting the girls too. Get them too,
Absolutely.
because you can do a better job with them than the old mammies can. But that's
Infinitely
just
better.
me. I'm biased, all right, because y'all know what I think about these old mamas. So you get these children and you get them raised by these competent men, and you will see more viable young men growing up who are groomed to be husbands. You will see these young women growing up who are more viable and groomed to be wives. And those children will get together. And that's when you will see more marriages, more families. You will see a drop in criminal activity and incarceration and all of that shit, because you have a generation of folks who have been raised by parents who are just better parents. The reason why single mother homes are so bad, it isn't because, you know, these old hoes is just stupid. Well, let me rephrase that. Well, it's partly because they're stupid as hell, but there's an element missing from those children's lives, and that element is male influence.
Hey, can I
Male
take you back to the
influence.
can I take
Go
you
ahead.
back to the conservative side real quick? You
Go
know,
ahead.
that's that African American, you know, museum, whatever, that published that chart about whiteness. Well, one of the issues with that is going to help the community go forward, regardless of whoever a brother chooses to procreate with, because they all going to be black. But we have to, as a community, finally accept American values. And what I was saying earlier about there's no racism on the conservative side is because once you adapt conservative values, you are truly judged by the content of your character. And you'll hear a lot. you'll hear a lot when they say that black conservatives are racist. Because honestly, I look down on black redneck culture. I look down on dysfunctional shit. It doesn't matter who it's from. If it's white, Asians, Latinos, I look down on it. It's not
You know what's
just black dysfunction.
you know what's ironic about this whole like tag of black conservative being racist? That chart that you just mentioned from that Black History Museum, I gotta learn their actual name. It's like the Black National History Museum, something like that. But that chart, if you read it like without any racial connotations and just read it as behaviors, that is like the path to success in pretty much any place in the world, like that's fair and free, I would imagine. So it's almost like saying, on the one hand, coming from liberal minded black people, that all the tools of success are inherently white culture. So what are you by default saying about black people? If white people have all that, they follow the rules, they believe in rugged individualism, they believe in, respecting authority and working hard gets you great results and all this other stuff. It was like a numerous things I can't even list right now, but they were all relatively positive attributes on their own merit, right? If you're going to tell me all these things are inherently white, what have you left on the playing field to say is black? It's like almost nothing positive is left over. And,
Well,
apparently I'm
well,
listening to Manosphere. We got game. That's all we got as black people is
well,
fucking game.
well,
Well,
brother David, a lot of the shit that you hear, especially on this internet and YouTube shit, people want you to believe that, because we're black, we're already starting from behind. So, we're starting from behind from the get-go. So, you can't expect us to do the shit that other people do, because, black is a pseudo handicap. If you let these motherfuckers tell it, you let them tell it, you would think black is like not having any legs or arms. Or I'm like, when I hear people say this shit, man, it just makes me want to punch the fucking computer screen, because they make being a black person almost like a handicap. Like it's like you're asking a person with no legs to go jogging with you, like you're asking a person with no arms to go swimming with you. Oh, I can't swim in that water. I don't have any arms. I can't start my own business. I'm black. I can't own my own home. I'm black. Man, get the fuck out of here with that shit, man.
well,
I mean,
it's
we can't be saying this shit, brothers. We can't. We
it's
can't be saying it.
I believe it's called the racism of low expectations. That's what
Yeah.
that's called.
Yeah.
And I want to take issue with something Trey said. I can't necessarily say there's no racism on the conservative side. When it comes to racism, I just don't care. I don't care if some white person doesn't like me. That's their business. If you don't like black people, that's fine. As long as you don't impede my forward progression in life, as long as you don't try to stand in the way of me getting something that I've earned, you can hate me all you want. I don't give a shit. When people say, well, man, Donald Trump, he hates black people, I said, I don't know Donald Trump's heart. If I look at his history, it would suggest that he does not hate black people. His relationship with Jesse Jackson and Sharpton, and he's raised tens of thousands of dollars for their organizations, and the things he's done to help black people since being in office. Look, I mean, if the man does not like black people, I don't give a shit. It doesn't matter. Who gives a fuck? Look at the man's policies and the olive branch that he's extended to black people. I mean, how anyone look? If I appreciate Donald Trump letting me know exactly where he stands on things. That gives me the opportunity as an informed voter to say, you know what? I agree with him here. I disagree with him there. How many politicians let you know exactly what they feel about something and then
True.
give you the opportunity to agree or disagree? None of them do that except him in modern day America. That man doesn't give a shit what the media says about what he thinks. He has Twitter, which allows him to communicate directly with the American people. The day after George Floyd was killed, he tweeted out, "I'm going to have my attorney general look into this." A couple of weeks later, he passed the most sweeping police reform in American history. Does anybody give a shit? Does any black people talk about it? No. They condemn him. Not to mention the opportunity zones, cutting off illegal immigration from Mexico, and HBCU funding, and all the other, prison reform, freeing over 6,400 black men and women, letting them come home to their families. None of this means anything to many black people. It just doesn't matter. They listen to the homosexuals on MSNBC and CNN, and that's who informs their thinking.
He said the
It's an emotional trigger.
It's true.
Hey, Nate, I'll tell you, man, from all the years in the Army and working side by side with white people and mainly white men, this is what I've heard the most. And this is why I say there's hardly any racism on the conservative side. It's more like how I look at it. It's not racism per se. It's these people do not like the black subculture. I can't stand the black subculture. I hated growing up in it in the hood. That shit drove me insane.
Absolutely.
And I've heard it from time and time again from white people when they meet me, and they're like, "Man, I've never met a black person who acts like you." And I used to take it as racist. And then they start describing, and I'll be like, "Well, shit, man, do you know white people like that?" "Yeah." We're from a lot of Filipinos. Filipinos like that? Yeah. So your problem isn't with black people, is it? Nah, man, it's just when people act this way. And I've turned so many white people to say, damn, it's not, black people per se, it's that damn subculture.
Well, it's not just that. Let me try to take it in a different direction a little bit, because what I appreciate about the so-called redneck white guy, I would rather have an honest enemy than a dishonest friend.
Absolutely.
And the truth about that is, if you say that there is racism somewhere nestled in the heart of the Republican Party or the conservative movement, all right, I won't fight you tooth and nail. I'm not going to fight you to the death and say there's absolutely none. What I will say is this. I would rather deal with a person who can look me eye to eye and tell me he doesn't like me and he'd appreciate if I stayed the fuck away from him, than a person who gets in close to me and convinces me to abort my child, a person who traps me into the so-called school to prison pipeline where you won't educate me properly and you won't actually make getting a decent job easier or making starting a business simpler. But you claim to be my friend. You offer me free government welfare, so I become conditioned to laziness and sloth. When you were talking to your Trey, you were talking about, did you meet a white guy and you asked him, "Oh, don't you see white people act like that?" And it's like, yeah, and Filipinos, there is a subculture of criminality and dysfunction that is just native to any group of people. And what I think happens with the liberal side of things, they encourage us in everything that is probably likely to kill us and disintegrate our families even further. So I would rather vote with people who are selfish enough to vote in their own self-interest and just stay and keep the fucking boundaries clear if that's the case. If you really don't like me like that, then we will just keep the boundaries bright and clear as we're both moving together towards prosperity.
Exactly. I like my race. I'll say this again. I like my racism straight with no chaser. All right. I mean, I'd rather a racist ass person walk up and say, "Hey, I'm racist. I don't like Negroes. Stay the hell away from me, black man," as opposed to someone walking up to me, pandering to me, pseudo kissing my ass and stabbing me in the back when I'm not paying attention. I mean, I like to see my racism coming. I don't like it to be subliminal. But go ahead, brother.
As opposed to a political party helping convince your woman to murder 22 million of their children. How about that?
Absolutely.
And the whole history argument comes into that. It's like, Madison Grant and freaking Margaret Sanger like they never put this stuff on paper. It's in books. The American Dilemma. I can't remember the author's name. A 1949 book. Even to that day, they're still talking about it. The problem of the American Negro and basically the work that Sanger and Grant put in. And these were all liberal Democrats. Well, progressive is what they called themselves at the time. Got to remember, Woodrow Wilson was a progressive Democrat. He put these policies, he put a lot of segregation policies in place after he held a screening of the birth of a nation in the White House. And it's like we just, like we don't realize that as a people, we don't realize that the okie doke was done like right in our faces.
Yeah, that party
Well,
switch thing is a myth, and it's frankly irrelevant at this point. Even if the
oh
party
yeah, it
did
is.
proverbially switch, I mean,
It
who's
is.
actually doing and who's actually setting up the policies that are doing the damage that we're really talking about? These aren't Republican policies per se, and are definitely not conservative principles.
Absolutely not. When we look at what's going on in the streets, George Soros and him funding these monsters in BLM and Antifa, Ali Velshi, who's a correspondent on MSNBC, was in Minneapolis, Minnesota, a couple of months ago when things popped off. And he was standing in front of a building that was literally on fire. And he said, all these peaceful protesters, these people are just peacefully protesting. The building behind him was on fire. These people, you have governors and mayors, Democrat governors telling Donald Trump, don't you send in any reinforcements to help with the murders and the crime. Murders are up 50% in Chicago. Crime in New York is up 79% from the same time in June of 2019. 79%. We are witnessing the collapse of our country. Part of me hopes for a civil war. I'm being honest with you, man. When you have leftists telling you to bring your child to convicted pedophile story time and sit them on the lap of a mentally ill man who thinks he's a woman. 3 of these people have been found to be convicted pedophiles. These
Little Big Nate,
trans, yeah.
have you heard the latest outrage? There was a
Oh,
story coming out
the
of like
raid with the
the San
tranny thing.
Francisco. No, this is one even worse, T.P.O.T. Like, dude, this is so much worse than the story time thing. So there was a story. There's a lawsuit right now against one of the L.A. County juvenile correctional facilities, something like that. But it's out west, and the story I think came from the San Francisco Times, but I might be wrong on the actual name of the newspaper. But what's happening is it's been alleged that an inmate, a juvenile male inmate, was forcibly given female hormones with the explicit understanding that he is disruptive and has outbursts or whatever you wanted to say about him, and we're going to give him female hormones to curb his aggression.
Oh
And
wow,
so
that
this is
sounds like
actually now a
test. That sounds like a test run for children.
yeah, it's
And
way deeper than a test run. I think. I
That's all
think
these
this is just
medicines, Ritalin, ADHD medicine, all that stuff in schools.
yeah,
Yeah, that's
yeah.
what it is.
Yeah.
yeah,
And this is
bro.
like the ultimate plan.
We're in bizarro world, man. We are
Yeah.
absolutely in bizarro world, and I'd advise every thinking black man to get your weapons, get your ammunition, practice using your firearms, because, bruh, I've asked black people. I said, "You're cheering for this carnage going on in the street." I said, "What about when they come to burn down your apartment complex? Are you going to put a sign outside and saying, yeah, BLM and Antifa, come burn down my complex? What about when they go to your mother's neighborhood, your elderly mother that doesn't have any family that lives near her, and they want to kick in her door because, I don't know, kicking in her door and stealing from her will somehow make what happened to George Floyd all that much better?" I hope. Part of me hopes for a civil war, and I know that sounds horrible, but these people are not going to stop till they get their hands on our children. They're not going to stop. There are.
I believe. Oh, go ahead. My bad, brother.
I was just going to say, there you have state legislatures trying to pass laws to allow children to choose their gender on their birth certificate, meaning that if a parent agrees, the child's sex will not be determined until the child decides on their gender. It's
Ain't that
over. If this
ain't
shit
that some shit?
continues to happen, it's over. It's
You,
all done. It's a
you know, I'll
wrap.
tell you.
America is a wrap.
At my daughter's high school last year, um, the homecoming court, homecoming, normally have my daughter is one of the dancers for the band. So now I got to sit there. I can't, just go do something else. So I'm sitting there at halftime, and all these kids are acting the complete fool. You know which race, and came down for the homecoming king and queen, and it was the homecoming king and king.
Of course. Oh, that's
Damn.
old news, Jack. I mean,
I'm
they've been doing that for the last 5-6 years. They've been doing that, man.
I'm just sitting there like mouth wide open, watching these kids act like freaking crazed nuts. Like what the heck happened? Where have I been at?
Yeah, man. We are in bizarro land, bro. It's man. If look, people think if we don't vote Donald Trump in office, man, if a compromised Joe Biden, who's suffering, obviously suffering from the beginning onset of Alzheimer's, gets his rabid, feminist, leftist, anti-male, female vice president,
A
dude.
black woman.
Yeah. Well, yeah, he's promising it's going to be a black. Well, I don't know if he promised it's going to be a woman, not a black woman.
He said he promised a
All
woman
the
of
pressure
color.
is going for a black woman though.
Well, that's what
Or
he's
she
being
might be like
pressured to do.
Hispanic or Asian, but only the black women are right now getting propped up. That's why I keep kind of leaning in that direction.
Yeah,
And,
Stacey
and,
Abrams, Kamala Harris. Yeah, of course.
man, any one of those choices, man, I got to look at any brother who would support him at that point as suspect, and it's part of the enemies.
Well, I said on a panel, I said if you go in that voting booth and you pull that lever for a Democrat, you are little more than a black woman with a penis. That's all you are.
Dude, speaking of that, and this is why like I've been kind of so like I've been hearing little whispers of it for a little while now, and shout out to Zero. I think Zero was the first one to kind of actually get me thinking in this direction because I really do like the Manosphere as just a source of entertainment and stuff, and it's just a fun thing to listen to. But at the same time, I realized that it really is a lot of guys probably really are just concerned with like getting women and having whatever they can have with women, and my issues are a little bit more like substantive, I think, and I'm not concerned with that whole how does game work and why are women upset and all that. And what I realized is that if you really, really do intend to solve the problems that the manosphere likes to talk about a lot, you just can't vote with the women anymore. Most of the black women are going to vote Democrat because voting Democrat it benefits them over you. Voting Democrat benefits the black woman not only over the black man, but at the expense of the black man. And so to continue to vote for Democrat policies and vote along with the black women that you spend hours talking about and hours complaining how they're traitorous and they don't join with the black man in some kind of productive way. They're not down to save the community. Well, if they're such well described enemies, open enemies, why do we go in the voting booth and essentially go back joined to the hip with these women? It just boggles the mind. And when I scratched the surface, I realized most of these guys are just scared to death to even consider not voting Democrat. Either they just won't vote or they definitely won't vote Republican. But in my mind, it's like you kind of have to vote Republican at this point, and I can criticize the Republican Party for a lot of its failures too. But the problem is they're the only people who are even in position to pump the brakes on anything. And the problem is the current Republican Party is basically thanks to Donald Trump, and the issue is way deeper than the next 4 years he may get. But we have to actually find people who have the balls to right the ship. We need white people. We need white men who are unapologetic about racism and whatever history America has, and we need black men who are not willing to engage in the fights of 100 years ago. because America is what it is. The past is what it is, but we have to fight the problems of the future. A lot of what's going on is actually like when you talk about the riots and the dysfunction across the nation. I really do feel like a lot of this is being fueled by not only George Soros money, but Chinese money. There was this whole thing. The Chinese consulate in Dallas, I think, or Houston, just got evicted. So they got a 72-hour notice. So now they're burning documents and shit. Like, we have an actual global threat who's doing whatever it can to weaken us. And don't think for a second they're not spending money to send our kids to university to get educated by people who have more affinity for China and the Chinese system than they do for the American way of life, which is why they come out indoctrinated, hating our country. You can't imagine how long they've probably been doing this kind of thing. And it's not just like the Russians from the 80s. If you watch that Yuri Bezmenov tape and he talks about cultural subversion, like they started the ball rolling and then Russia fell off and China has now picked the ball up and they're like the beast at our doorstep. And we're busy having all this cultural infighting over history and 100 years ago we were slaves and we still feel a bad way about that. So now we should fight each other to the death. Meanwhile, a giant evil empire is just waiting to just lick our bones.
Yeah, and that's
Well,
the thing about the manosphere and why I walked away was I realized that man, the arguments are circular. Like Zero said, reset.exe. And if we give the manosphere your solution, the manosphere goes away. Because if every brother jumped on it, they're just gonna walk away and be like, okay, we got the solution, we're done.
well, this is who. Can y'all see this on the screen? Can y'all see that picture of this
Yeah.
lady on the screen?
Yeah, I see
This
that.
is Corinne Jean Pierre.
MSNBC
Yeah,
MSNBC host. Yeah.
those of
I was gonna
you
say she got the
who
BLM haircut.
yeah, those of you who may not be familiar with Miss Pierre, remember Miss Pierre was I believe she was director of change.org at one time. She is a lesbian, right? She's a lesbian. So she toes the whole Black Lives Matter line. And this, my good gentleman, is Joe Biden's senior advisor.
Oh,
Senior
wow. Nice.
advisor. This is her.
Well, what
In
about
case you didn't know
there
that.
was another black woman that used to be with Bernie Sanders. She has the crew cut, the wave.
Simone Sanders.
Yeah, Sanders. Yeah, her name is Sanders. Yeah. She's a high-ranking official for Biden, also in the Biden campaign. Yeah.
I do believe you are correct, sir.
Yes,
But
sir.
I know Jean Pierre is, she's the head advisor in charge, if you will. So she's right there in his ear. So you already know what policies will be putting forth. Because make no mistake, when these people work on a campaign, if that person gets elected, these people get jobs. These people become part of the cabinet. These people become, assistants and personal body people and all this kind of shit. They become spokesmen and press secretaries, and these are the people you're going to see in government, man. These are the people you're going to see in government. If Joe Biden gets elected, these are the people you're going to see. You're going to see Miss Sanders and Miss Jean Pierre here. These are the people you're going to see in your government if Joe Biden gets elected. I hope y'all know that, because these people work on his campaign, and you get rewarded for working on the campaign by getting a really cushy job that you're probably nowhere near experienced for. But we've been joined back by my man, Brother Hayward is back. What's good with it, man?
I have returned. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Perfect, perfect. So what are we discussing? How black women being put in the forefront and black men being ultimately canceled by the Democratic Party? Is that what we're talking about right now?
We're talking about whatever you want to talk about, man. Bring it.
Well,
Pull the trigger.
Hey, it's funny. It's funny. I just have a question for all of you. Are you comfortable with black women ultimately outpacing us in virtually every way possible, academically, politically, socially? They feel like They don't need us anymore. Frankly, they're proving it in many ways. I want to know what you all plan to do to catch up. It's embarrassing for me to see black women stepping into these roles. These high, you mentioned these high profile roles in politics, in academia, in corporate America. What do we plan to do to reclaim our manhood, boys? Because it's not looking good.
Well, I would say it's not an
Well,
issue
I'll
per
answer
se of
that.
reclaiming our manhood. It's more of a country. It's a national concern on a lot of levels too, because whether you want to reduce it down to black women, there's an issue with how our government functions in this way. For example, just how you said this lady that is Joe Biden's senior advisor is now going to be given access to a lot of jobs, and not only her, but a whole cadre of people. What you're describing as black women's success and advantages over black men is very artificial. It's a giant bubble, and what I'm describing is you have a lot of rules and laws and regulations that are basically bending the natural marketplace, whether it's the literal marketplace or it's the workplace hiring marketplace. And what you're talking about, black women's artificial placement over black men, is very much that. It's artificial. So my advice is to vote against black women's interest. If we're gonna vote, you have to vote away from you have to vote their power base. You have to vote against their power base. I'm sorry. And the best way to also see that play out is to convince your fellow black man that you can't go in the voting booth and give away the vote alongside your black woman, then also complain about the so-called advantages she has over you. She didn't get those advantages necessarily because women are just out there out competing men pound for pound, minute for minute. That is very much not true. Women are given every advantage to be equal competitors with men, and they still complain about how things are unfair. This is the best time ever to be a woman, yet the feminist movement would have you we're still living in medieval Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, one thing with that is, oh, excuse me, is well, I'm a little extreme. I'm a SYSBM cat. I tell brothers completely walk away, completely disavow 95% of BWs. 90 foot, don't talk to them, don't have anything to do with them. If they espouse feminist values, views, cut them off right then and there. And you have to look about yourself. I mean, rugged individualism times 100 and focus on you. And until you get yourself straight, you can't help others. But when you get right, you reach out to those brothers that are willing to walk away. Because if they're not, if they still have those ties to the matriarchy, they're going to be ruled by emotions, and they will vote against their interests every single time. So that's why we can't 100%, we can't even give a damn what the black woman and the sisterhood thinks.
And also, you're going to have to separate yourself from many of the women in your family. Look, I mean, we all have moms. Some of our moms were decent moms, some weren't. But if your mother doesn't respect you, if she doesn't acknowledge the man you've become, if she doesn't appreciate the things you do for her, you should let her be. If your sisters are the same way, your aunts, whoever, your cousins, let them be. Just let them sit and stew in their obesity and all their dysfunction, and you just go ahead and live your life, man. We got to be able to walk away
I have a
from
follow up
all women.
question.
Yeah, I agree.
Hey,
I agree.
my
I hold on. Let me answer your question, brother Haywood. What
bad. Go
I
about
plan on what I plan on doing is I'm right there with brother Nate. I will walk away from any goddamn female who she wants to live under this liberal dysfunction shit, up to and including my wife if need be. If I have to be forced to live under these liberal fucking feminist kind of ideologies, and if she starts to pick up some of the traits of some of these freaking women that are on these networks, the Sanders and the Jean Pierres, and what I would do is number one when it comes to, because we don't just vote for the president, we vote for everything else around here. We vote for the mayor, we vote for city council, we vote for town supervisor, all that kind of shit. I will launch my vote against anyone. I will vote against anyone who has policies that even have the slightest appearance of making men an afterthought. Now, when we talking about presidential politics, it's not a lot you can do because we talking about the electoral college. But when you're talking about local shit, it's one man, it's one vote. Every vote counts. If you win by 5 or win by 5,000, you still win. And if need be, I will get that word out. I will talk to brothers because I'm in contact with a lot of men because of what I do for a living. And I'll be on my damn soapbox. Whenever they come to my shop, I'll be on my soapbox and bringing attention to these policies that are hurting us, especially if they're hurting us for the simple fact that we are men. That's what I would be prepared to do. But go ahead, Brother Haywood.
Wait, but before you ask your next question, Haywood, I just want to remind everyone on this in the same vein. That couple in Missouri, I think in St. Louis, they went outside with their guns. The old white guy and his wife, and now they're being prosecuted. First, they had their weapons taken and confiscated, probably for like whatever investigatory issues. But they had their weapons taken, and now they're being prosecuted for an act of passive self-defense, just a simple show of force with their weapons. And you know who's the face of that, right? A black woman is spearheading this movement to prosecute 2 American citizens. So what I want to remind you guys is that don't think that a black woman in power who uses that authority to disarm a man and a woman, a white man and a woman for defending themselves, won't use that same power against a black man who wants to defend themselves. What do you think gun control in the inner cities really focuses on anyway? Black men not having guns.
Yeah, they have all these cities with these stringent freaking gun controls laws usually have the worst goddamn violence. Places like New York and places, man, it's virtually impossible to get a gun in New York. And so many motherfuckers have got shot there in the last few months. It's ridiculous. Isn't it crazy how you have more violence and shit in the states because where I live is an open carry state. I mean, I can walk around with my shit on my hip like a Clint Eastwood or goddamn John Wayne or some damn body, and I do. But this state, the state in this state is much bigger than a state like New York. Do you know that the violence here is nominal compared to the violence in places like Chicago and New York, even though they have very, very stringent gun laws?
All led by Democrats. They're all led by Democrats. Most of these states that have strict gun control policies and laws, they're all led by Democrats, which is why it confuses me when they discuss or when they complain about police brutality. And clearly, police brutality should be the last of our in the black community. We have black men killing other black men, women, and children like it's going out of style. We see it so often. I read these headlines, and I just think on Monday there were 25 people and 4 killed in Chicago on a Monday. Over a weekend, 70 were killed. We know what happened over Mother's Day weekend. We know what happened over Father's Day weekend. This continues to happen. And all of this is happening in cities that are led by Democrats. And I think that's by design. But my second question is really two-pronged here. First, I'd like to ask, do you think we talk about kind of rebuilding black families? What I heard from all of you seems to be right. So is the objective there to rebuild black families, or is it to move in a different direction? Because if we're attempting to fight against policies that will benefit black women, clearly that will cause more hostility and strife between us and them, which in turn would prevent black families from being rebuilt. because you'll have a war between black men and black women. So I'm asking you, what is more important? Is restructuring and rebuilding black families, or is it somehow gaining the advantage over black women? What's more important to you all?
Hey, I'll tell you,
Well,
man. This is a
hold on,
study.
hold on, hold on, hold on. Let me get this. Let me get this first. Let me get this first. Well, first I will quote you a quote from someone that I study and admire. His name is Frederick Douglass. I'm sure everyone has heard of them. Frederick Douglass has said, "It is easier to raise strong children than it is to repair broken homes." Um, well, he didn't say the homes part, but you get where I'm coming from. I
Yeah.
I believe that trying to rebuild the black family is almost a fallacy at this point. Um, trying to repair broken people is a fallacy at this point. But then you have the little tykes, you have the children. They are not yet lost. They are not yet broken. They are not yet untenable or unmalleable yet. So, like I said earlier, I propose if you want to see more black marriages, if you want to see more black families, real families, not the pseudo families that the hoes make up, them and they 7 babies. No, if you want to see more black families and you want to see more black marriages, you're not going to see it till a further generation. Those generation of children who have been raised by the men who have taken these children, gotten custody of these children, raised these children, reared these children, counseled these children, gave these children guidance, structure, integrity, all these things that us folks need in this here world. I think that generation of children will be the generation to grow up, get married, and have more families. Now, is it a foolproof plan? No, but I just don't see in this generation. I don't think I'm going to live to see uh, the black marriage percentage go up. I'm not going to live to see the black family rebuilt. That's going to be something that happens in future generations long after I'm dead and gone. That's going to be like my grandchildren's generation. And that will only take place if we as black people change the plan. Because we've tried the experiment of letting women raise all the kids. It's a failed experiment. It's finished. It's over. It's dead. It's gone. So we have proven that we want to be a people of single parenthood. We have proven it. Yeah, we've proven it. So if we're going to be a people of single parenthood, fine. Fine. Let's be a people of single parenthoods. I just think that the parental role needs to be changed. Instead of all the kids being raised by these old mamas, it's time for the children to be raised by the men.
And
And
see,
those children raised by men are going to be better people. They just are. Go ahead.
And
it's that's where I disagree, because I want brothers coming up to have every opportunity to, to have a traditional family. And that's part of the conservative. It's like number two on the list of conservative values besides the individualism is the traditional family. Cool. Single dads are way better than single moms, 100 times better. But what's better than that is being raised by a traditional father and a traditional wife who understands her role and can nurture the kids while that man's out there getting it. And
Well,
that's
you'll see that. You will see that after the children that's raised by men, when they grow up, then that's when you'll see it. You're not going to see it
also
now.
these brothers now. These
You're
brothers
not
now,
going to
the
see it
ones that
now.
aren't. These brothers now, no, do not check for the BW. It ain't gonna happen. It just forget it. It's not 95% forget it. But we're asking for that. We'd ask these brothers to basically go out here and be eunuchs. To basically go out here and pump and dump their whole lives and just die off and let the next generation take over. No, conservatism says this: go out there and find you a traditional woman. It don't matter what she looks like. It matters that she's traditional, that she can take care of a house, that she can nurture some kids, that she can be there to be complimentary to you. You got all
Well,
that race shit has to be removed at this point. I'm like, fuck a black family. It didn't work.
well,
60 years ago, yeah, it could have worked. But we realized they married themselves to the government. That's it. It was a downfall right there.
well. Let me give you a little pushback on that, bro. Um, and this is my opinion. I want the people in my house to look like me. And the most the how that is going to be most likely is having children with a black woman. Now, American black women are largely off the table, unfortunately, but there are black women all over the world. Dennis Sperling, he was on Obsidian show maybe a week or two ago, and I asked him. I said, "Where are the most beautiful, feminine black women, as far as you know, on the planet?" He said, "Colombia." I mean, he
Yep,
didn't even hesitate.
hands down. Colombia. But I'm gonna tell you, brother, Colombia, you're gonna run into strags in Colombia.
Whoa, whoa, whoa!
You got the internet over there.
Whoa! No, nobody's
Yeah.
suggesting that there won't be strags in different places, but I'll take it from Dennis Sperling saying that he routinely meets beautiful, feminine black women in Colombia. I'm going to take his word for it.
That's what I'm saying. I speak Spanish, bro, fluently. Understand the culture, been there. My wife's Dominican. All these Hispanic countries, been there. Been over to all of them. And,
Well, we have a difference of opinion. That's all. You know.
but I don't want to pigeon. That's why, man, I'm a firm believer, bro. And that's why it's PM and free choice amongst brothers. And dude, I already know my grandkids ain't gonna look like me. I don't care. It's like whatever. Be happy. I want my kids to be happy. I want my grandkids to be happy. Generations on down to be happy. If brothers are
Well,
pigeonholed, they're gonna run into issues trying to search out this mythical woman that ain't there.
well, if white women are so great, why are white men the largest racial group to date out with Asian women? I mean, this is a problem of American. This is a problem of American culture, and it's just a matter of time before it destroys most white women too. You know,
Well,
the social scientists usually use us to do their experimentation on. So yeah,
let me try to thread the needle just a little bit on this one.
sure,
And this is why I want to refer back to my previous statement on this whole thing about market pressures and market principles. What you want to do is allow the men who want to leave to leave. If you're
absolutely.
happier, if you're happier on whatever other side of the fence, whatever awaits you, go with my blessing. I wish you the best, because the
Absolutely.
result of that will be the children of a black man who more than likely will seek some other children of black people. And what's gonna be left is, for one, you're not really gonna erase black people in America, I don't think, because we're gonna have a bunch of immigrant populations. So Black American culture may very well have a chance of just dying off in the face of competition of other more productive Black cultures, which is also market competition. So that's now you talking about the Black Colombians, or people from anywhere in Africa for that matter. What you want to do is allow men the freedom and the support to take their black seed and plant a black flag and come back with more black people. And we have to destroy and then rebuild over this rubble that is the current black community. But like I think what X was saying before, you're really not going to get it with the modern black woman. And it's really not a black thing per se. It's a Western culture thing. That's why we're talking about
American
women
culture,
of
yeah.
cultures. Yeah, that's why even with Trey or either one of you right now, we're talking about women of other cultures, because I don't think Trey mentioned white women per se, but it's the idea of letting the man go seek whatever works best for him.
Absolutely.
And,
And that's why I said
that's what I'm
my
doing.
opinion. I said my opinion is I would prefer to be with a black woman. I didn't say anything about anybody else. I said
No, right.
mine.
So
Yeah.
what that does now over time would have the effect of the black women who actually do want to get with a black man of substance. They have to see what's going on around them and either follow suit or fall to the wayside. And this won't be something that the government can fix. You have to get the government out of the way and let people learn from the decisions of others around them. People are very good at following trends, especially women. If women start to see a significant amount of women, their competition, live better, happier lives on the conservative model, it would create a mass shift in a generation.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the ideology of the dysfunctional culture has to be removed. And my opinion, brothers, is that men right now have to go out there if they're seeking that traditional family and get it wherever makes them happy. Like I don't support dysfunctional women of any culture, feminist women of any culture. No, none.
Well,
Well,
I have
I
another
agree.
question.
I agree 100% with that. Absolutely.
But
Brother, go where you're appreciated. Go where you can establish a functional family, regardless of that woman's race. I was giving my personal perspective on it. I'm more attracted
Right.
to Black women, and there are large communities of Ethiopian women in Atlanta. You got to wonder, how corrupted their minds are going to be, being in America. But uh, again, there's large Somali communities in Minnesota. I mean, there's groups of Black women that you might be able to work with. Again, shifting through the wreckage of Black American women, I wouldn't suggest you do that. If you happen to come across one that's on point, salute to you. But me personally, I plan on traveling and seeing what's out there. So
he
Let's dig a
said
little deeper.
shifting through the wreckage. I love Nate. Go ahead,
I got,
go
I
ahead,
got to make
brother,
a
brother
Patreon
Haywood.
video titled that, Nate.
go, go ahead,
Wait,
brother Haywood.
so my question is, so you mentioned culture, and it seems to me like this culture that we're speaking of has affected Black people a lot more than it has other racial groups. And for whatever reason, we're always affected disproportionately when it comes to things like this. My question to you all is it because we are so inherently, I guess you could say, I won't say that we're easily led or manipulated, but it seems like these deceptions and these traps that are laid before us, we routinely fall into. So my question is, why is it that the culture has affected our women more than other women? And why do you think that our families are only suffering as a result of that? Is it something about us that perhaps we should be trying to fix, or is it that we're constantly being targeted by, or is it being by these feminist movements and these other things, these forces? Is it that we're targets, or is it that we're just inherently easily led?
I think
Well,
it's
if you
both.
look back at the Margaret Sanger thing, it's hard to argue that wasn't targeting.
Oh yeah, the social scientists do their work on us first. It's always Black people that they do these experiments on. When you look at television, who are most of the homosexuals? They're Black men. Um,
Yo, you know what's funny about that? Now that you mention that, right? I remember being a kid, and there were two movies I look back at, and as I got older, I recognized what I was seeing. But watching these two black guys, they were so odd and out of place, but I couldn't put my finger on what the hell was wrong with them. And it was only till later I realized, oh, those were gay guys. But it was that movie, Mannequin, with that. Remember that one black guy in Mannequin with the
Yeah, the brother with the Jerry curl.
yeah, the
and
movie
and
where
and,
he
and
dated a mannequin. The guy dated a mannequin, right?
right, right. And
Yeah,
then
I
in
remember that
Revenge of
movie.
the Nerds,
Yeah.
they had black dude in Revenge of the Nerds. How did the black guy who just happened to be a gay dude become a nerd? Like he wasn't even all that smart, far as I could tell. He was just a black gay dude. But they put him up there with the nerds. But I didn't really get all that subtext until way later in life. But I just remember those movies from a kid and was like, when you said that, it's like, yeah, man, they do that shit since I was
They've been
little.
experimenting on us for centuries, bro.
And I'll tell
Well,
you, man, here's the experimentation is what when all these other races came over here. I mean, all the poor races, the Slavs, the Italians, all of them banded together and said, "Fuck no, this shit stops right here." Even the Polish, the Eastern European Jews, the German Jews pulled them to the side and were like, "Nope, y'all are gonna act like us. Fuck all that shit." But black people never, as a whole, well, the majority of black people didn't say, you know what, fuck all that bullshit. And the black people that did, you know how they were looked at? They were looked at as coons.
Yeah.
Exactly. Sellouts, all this shit now. And the dysfunctional culture became the norm for us versus all these other communities which rejected that freaking dysfunctional culture.
Well,
Yeah,
So why
well,
are we both?
if it were 60 years ago, if it was 65 years ago, 70 years ago, I would say that, things can be turned around, things could be changed. But now, with media and the internet and television and all this other kind of nonsense, because make no mistake, black folks, we take in more media BS than anybody else percentage wise. We watch more TV, we on the internet more, all that kind of shit. So now they have that, right? They have that to kind of force down our throats, to put on our screens, to teach our children. It's in the schools, it's in the libraries, it's in the literature, it's in every goddamn thing. So whatever whatever they're targeting black folks with, they can do it nonstop now. And not only that, on the other side of that, we as black folks have a tendency to be more susceptible to this shit. I believe because why else do we watch more TV and paste our eyes to a screen for more hours than anybody else? Because see, we are more susceptible than anybody else. So it's only going to get worse from here because media ain't going nowhere. The
Well,
internet ain't
I,
going nowhere.
brother,
So those
if it was
messages
the
will
media,
drown us as long as we on this planet. Go ahead.
no, if it
just
was
ask,
just the media, I would only hate it on that level, but it's deeper than the media. They're actually doing this not only in our university system, which is relatively private, it's not quite private, but the public school system will reinforce all this gender bending stuff. And that is even more sinister than having some rich celebrity get on TV and tell you to kiss a boy.
Oh,
but
absolutely. I agree. It's
And,
everywhere.
if you look
why?
at, I've seen some spiritual dudes now talking about, the coming of the beast and all this different. I mean, into it like that. But a lot of saying that when what's good is being seen as bad, and what's bad is being normalized. You have it's when collapse of societies take place.
Well, we've
Okay,
been
why are
joined.
we?
We've been joined by my man Preem. What's good with it, Preem?
What the hell is going on, man?
What's
What's going on
going
with you,
on with it, man?
What's up,
What's
Frank?
going?
man? Hey, fellas. Everything is good. Uh, Man, it kind of sucks because I saw your plug for this show earlier today, but I just checked in and I see you've been going for 3 hours, man. So damn,
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
yeah, man, I should have got in early. I had no idea. I probably should have doubled back on the time, but just a random thought. Now, random thought, but something that I truly believe in. Okay, so I've heard of the whole Juneteenth thing, you know, and this year it got bigger because of the, pressure, that's put on companies and people to bend at the knee or take the knee or whatever. So I guess, and somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but don't be, no E equals MC square about the shit. But Juneteenth is like there were some slaves who were still slaves and they didn't know that they had been freed like 5, 10 years or a couple years beforehand, and they finally
It was
realized,
like a
hey,
matter of weeks.
you're not a slave
Yeah,
no more. Pretty
yeah,
much,
Galveston, Texas.
yeah,
Galveston,
pretty much.
Texas.
All right, cool.
Yeah,
So,
Galveston,
yeah. So, okay, so that's insignificant, but the irony is, my point is, that same shit is happening today. That those same Juneteenth Negroes, and this is why I don't celebrate that Juneteenth fuck shit. Those same Juneteenth Negroes are the racism still exists Negroes, are the we are oppressed Negroes. That's why on one side you got brothers saying, "Hey, listen, man, the door's wide open. if you go after it, if you're okay with competing, the rules are fair. Everybody's going in. You can get what you want. Those folks are the ones who've been free. But the Juneteenth Negroes are the ones who still saying the system is stacked against them. They're the ones who are still mentally enslaved.
Well,
So how apropos is it that that same fuck shit still exists today and is being led on by their white plantation owners? Because shout out to that black cop in Seattle who said, hey, listen, man, every time in one of these protests, when a black person starts to come up to me, wants to talk to me, and be like, hey, brother, man, I know you a cop or whatever, you're doing what you got to do, but how do you feel about, the cops being heavy-handed? And I start to talk to him. I can't even talk to him for a few seconds before a white person come up and say, don't talk to him, he's a cop, he's a police officer, this and that or whatever. It's the same white plantation owners, but they ain't on the plantation no more. They're the ones with the mask on, beating down the federal buildings, keeping these Negroes still in chains, thinking they're fucking oppressed. When the rest of the other brothers, and they're tied in with T.P.O.T show, you can call us conservatives, whatever, right? Well, whatever. We're like, hey, man, the door's wide open. You got black folks coming in here from other countries, taking a bite of this goddamn pie. What the fuck is y'all waiting on? Juneteenth? And I'll mute on that.
Well, when you're talking about the issue of racism, I believe that there is still some vestiges of it in the judicial system.
Of course you do.
But you just can't worry about it. You as a man, you understand you're going to come across hindrances and you work around them.
It's called life.
Strategize. Yeah, you strategize.
It's called life.
Defeat it. You don't find yourself in what might be holding you back. And it's just
yeah. It's called like I got an uncle that I love. God rest his soul. I love to death. Never drank, never smoked a day in his life. Went to church every Sunday. Was in a traveling church band. Got hit up. Donated. Got hit up with some really bad diagnosis and got taken out. Life happens.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Absolutely. You are no, but these folks want to stop the show and be like, every little thing that happens, it's like a showstopper. No, we're living. Life happens. Things happen, and like you said, you just keep on pressing, especially if you want to be a man.
Well, I'll tell you this:
you gotta go through it.
Yeah, as a conservative man, a conservative black man, I say you're gonna face way more hurdles than some liberal freaking handout mentality, brother. Way more.
Oh yeah, I'm an auto damage appraiser in South Carolina. I go out, write estimates, manage the repair process with the shop. The most redneck people in the world are body shop owners in the South. And I've been doing this for almost 17 years. And I rarely have a problem with the shop. I walk onto the property. I know what I'm talking about. They may hand me their Christmas list. I'm only going to pay what's necessary to repair the vehicle. We shake hands and that's it. And these guys got your Chevy 2500s and their bass boats. And I've never really had a problem with any of them except one. And, that's over 17 years, So,
there it is.
But black people, we're professional victims, especially black women and especially black men who placate black women. You're going to be a professional victim. Colorism, fatism, racism, just any excuse to attribute your lack of success in life to an ism. And unfortunately, that's what a lot of black people do.
And I like here's the issue that white. Oh, my bad. Go ahead, David. My bad.
No, I was just gonna say I like that phrase "professional victim" because, like, if you look at our university system, their job is to create professionals of one class or another, but
Yeah.
over the years they create professional victims. Has anybody seen that clip of the black girl? I forget what interview it was, but she basically blamed Trump for her being fat. Like she literally said, "Yeah, we're living under the
That
Trump
was Deborah
presidency."
Cooper. That was Deborah Cooper
Right, and
on OWN. She was
That
on
Yeah,
I'm like,
Trump
what
OWN.
the
racism.
hell?
bullshit.
And this is what
Trump
it is.
was
These are all
diets
college.
were different to white women. Yeah.
No, they're all
Well,
university, college educated people who by paper at least have received the best of what America has to offer. But what they've chosen to do is to study their victimhood, to navel gaze in college for 4 years essentially, and then come out of college and look up from their navel gazing and talk about how unfair the world is to people who navel gaze for 4 years.
well,
I'll tell you,
I think
is that
we we
oh,
have
go
to
ahead,
get
brother.
away. We have to get away from this shit of eradicating racism. Newsflash, black folks, racism isn't going anywhere. It's been here forever. It's going to be here after all of us are dead and gone. Our grandchildren and great, 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 great grandchildren will see some type of racism. What I think often happens with us as black folks is that we got this thing in our mind where the biggest problem we have before us is racism, and that's not true. I mean, racism is like no, is like number 12, number
That's
15.
just like number
When it comes to
1,000 right now.
I mean, come on, man. I mean, racism. I know me as a black man, my biggest problem when it comes for me conducting business, racism doesn't even enter to the into the damn equation. When I'm out there bidding on contracts and shit, the last thing on my mind is fucking racism and how many white people don't like me. I mean, racism is such a small part of what a black man needs to be thinking about in this fucking world, man. It's not the number one thing, and I think we have a lot of people who want to make that the number one thing in black folks' life is racism. Racism is your priority number one to deal with, confront, complain about, be a victim of, use as an excuse. All this racism is all these things for black folks. All right. It's all of these things for black folks. And I think with a lot of us as black folks, we make that the only thing. And that's why a lot of us fail. But go
When,
ahead.
when it comes to white supremacy, it's now let's get it out in the open. White supremacy, just like Malcolm X said, is the white liberals doing. If the white liberal, and I'm just throwing the white liberal out there because I know there's other races, black people that join right in along with them, but they're the ringleaders, the Antifas, the snowflakes of the world. If they can convince you that society, the greater society, is holding you back versus your own effort and achievements, it's easier to control you. If they can convince you that society is making you fat, society is keeping you from getting that job, society is doing this, they can keep you angry, emotional. So when a George Floyd incident happens, that white liberal can say, hey, go burn down your own neighborhood. And they're going to do it hook, line, and sinker every freaking time.
And years the rub because, and I've encountered this a couple of times. And when I say it, I say it with my heart and soul because I truly mean it. If you tell one of them, racism can't stop me, white supremacy can't stop me, they will fucking challenge you on that.
Oh, yeah.
Now, in what paradox, bizarre world universe is that even a thing? Like, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't even process that.
If they don't challenge you, what they'll tell you, Brother Preem, is that you're able to do that because see, the white man allows you to do it. Because see, there's a few of us that the white power structure kind of allows. I guess we like the tokens or whatever. The white man allows us, to do shit other black people aren't allowed to do, which to me is totally ridiculous. Because I'm the type of brother where I said, if I can fucking do it, you can fucking do it too. There's nothing special about me that I'm able to do the things that I do. And I'm not trying to hear people tell me, oh, well, they let you do it because, they got to let, a couple of us do it. Man, get the fuck out of here with that shit.
Yeah, and you know what?
what?
And I'll wrap up because I know other brothers want to chime in, but but fundamentally, it just comes down to I just choose to refuse to accept that I can be stopped. Nothing special about me because I just look at it at a basic standpoint. I got a choice. It's a paradigm. I can choose to believe this, or I can choose to believe that. And I say, okay, which choice is going to benefit me? Okay, I'm going to choose to believe that because I'm going to feel more empowered. I'm going to feel more unstoppable.
Yeah.
I think that's going to help me get through the fuck shit better than me thinking this other shit. It's just a choice of what you believe.
Exactly. I use that white supremacy shit as a motivator to do the shit I got to do.
There it is. There
And I'm
it
gonna
is.
tell you, brothers lost
Well,
their
two
minds when I told them that my dad was born in 1935 Mississippi and he never experienced racism. My dad told me when I was 16, when I was, catching hell for, messing with a white girl, he pulled me to the side and said, don't worry about it. He said, I dated a white girl in 1949 in Mississippi. He said, nobody cared.
Wow.
He said, we were all poor. But, one thing I learned from my uncle, who I recently met, he was 86. He said, look, your black people are different. Y'all were free. Your family was free way before anybody else. Your great great grandfather was white. He was Irish, and nobody really taught that to that side of your family. The other side, he said they're all poor and all dirt and all bitter now in Mississippi. And he said they hate your dad because my dad really never gave into that, and my great great grandmother gave my dad all the land because he never fell victim, and they hated him for it.
The funny thing about this, I wanted to jump in real quick before I lose the thought. The whole thing about the liberal, they was making an argument that the white power structure basically carves out a little piece for certain black people to rise through the cracks, but the power structure that black people most align themselves with is the liberal power structure. So if you're going to make a complaint like that, you have to blame it on the liberals that you actually align yourselves with. And then also, speaking of like the liberal power, what I really see happening.
Watch it, brother David. That's coon talk.
No,
That's
I'm
coon
going.
talk.
I'm going in the safe place. I'm going in the safe place. What I really see happening is that something like Antifa, right? What's going on with a group like Antifa, and you look at Portland, what they're doing is they're keeping black people on a certain kind of like treadmill. We're on a mental hamster wheel right now because as long as we're focused on grievances of the past and this fake idea of equity as opposed to equality, because if you ask a progressive or a liberal, equity and equality are two different concepts, and they're focused on equity right now. That's the hot topic. And what you're going to see is as long as they keep us chasing our tail trying to solve racism and trying to refight the Civil War and trying to go back and collect the reparations check instead of collecting cashing payroll checks, we're not paying attention as they steal away the country that we're all accustomed to living in. And so we're following a group of people who, on the one hand, sell us the remedy to all of our supposed grievances, but at the same time, they want to destroy the very place that they intend to implement the remedy. Like, what are they really offering us as they convince us to burn down everything in the name of supposed racism? What do they have in store for us? And if you really get to the answer, it's nothing you really want.
Nice.
And
there it is.
What's interesting?
Eugenics.
Oh,
Go ahead, brother Nate.
No, it's ask these black people that constantly complain about racism. What piece do they cut out for the black-skinned Filipino, or the black-skinned Mexican, or the black-skinned Taiwanese person that comes here? They have more melanin than us. They come here and they're incredibly successful. The Africans that come here and take advantage of the opportunities here and are incredibly successful. these black boys that you see marching in these protests, they've been raised with the same level of conniving and manipulative behavior that their mothers have. All they do is try to finesse. I heard a brother saying, I'm in Atlanta. I'm not in Atlanta, but this is what the brother says. I'm in Atlanta, and these niggas with their dreads filled with dandruff come up to me, and they're trying to run some game or some bullshit, trying to catch me with some scheme that they're running. And these young men act like women largely. This conniving, sneaking, take advantage of you at all costs type attitude. This is how many women act. It's not just black women, but women in general in this country. I mean, they've taken on the behaviors of females. It's sad. And look, 70% of the people you see marching are trash. And I've said this to family. I've said this to anybody who will listen. They are trash. Maybe 30% of these folks genuinely care about the issue and, hope that something will change out of it. But now this thing is so coordinated. It's so organized. This is a top-down operation. Okay, these are not people coming together and then deciding to burn something down. This is a top-down, deep state movement, and the more we're getting conditioned to believe that this level of violence and disruption and chaos is normal. A year from now, it'll be nothing to see these types of riots on the news, and we'll be so desensitized to it, we'll accept it.
Question. I want to ask you a quick question, Little Big Nate. Have you actually had arguments with people convincing them or just explaining to them that there is no such thing as peaceful protest at this point?
I've been doing it on panels, but the brothers are open to listening. Most of these brothers, again, I get my pushback for being a conservative, but Mr. Fantastic agrees largely. He won't call himself a Republican or a conservative or anything, but he's openly. I even asked him on his panel. I said, "Are you planning to vote for Trump?" He said, "Based on what I see, that's what I'll probably end up doing." Some brothers are still worried about, just coming out and saying it. I went on Bernard Riley's panel. I just had to say it, man. We could dedicate the whole goddamn panel to me telling you about why I'm voting for Donald Trump. And
no, I was there for that panel. The reason why I asked you that is because when you were talking about the deep state, what I really thought of in that moment was how many people are. It's like they're almost invested in the idea that one, Trump is the bad guy and he's somehow like Emperor Palpatine trying to send in his stormtroopers, and two, that these people are completely innocent and haven't done anything to provoke even a heavy-handed response, which hasn't come.
Oh, it's coming though. It may not come at the hands of the federal government. It's going to come at the hands of white America. You keep with these people. You keep fucking
that's the fear.
These people, dog.
Yes, I'm gonna tell you that's who's blowing my channel up. Is a lot of brothers that are coming to me. I'm getting emails saying, "Man, I wish I could say the things you were saying." And then I got a ton of white women that are traditional just coming to me saying, "Oh, thank God somebody's saying this." But a lot of white men are saying, just coming to be like, "Man, something's coming. There's a war coming. Whose side are you gonna be on?"
When I start my channel, I'll probably start it in a month. I'm thinking I'm gonna go just political. I may not do a manosphere channel. We'll see. But I plan on having a conversation with white America where I tell them, if it comes down to a civil war, I hope it's me and you against them. I genuinely believe that that's probably what it's going to end up being. I'm not trying to appease or placate white America, but I want them to know that there are millions of black people that absolutely do not agree with this shit. BLM, nothing about BLM fits into my thinking, the way I live my life. Absolutely nothing. These people are an enemy. The only
Nate,
burn and murder.
Hey Nate, did you see me and David's Hood Conservatives live show the other day?
No, I'm not familiar with David Monroe. David.
Yeah,
No, I
yeah.
didn't see it. I didn't even know the brother had a channel. To be honest.
No, it was on my channel. I dropped the link.
Oh,
But
okay. Gotcha.
you know, this is my homeboy from a while back. He's actually a high school principal. And you know, he was talking about his support for Black Lives Matter, and me and David showed him their mission statement, their what we believe page. And
Correct.
he told us our facts were like made up. Where'd you get your facts from? Your facts
Well,
are incorrect.
Who said that? Who said that to you?
A high school principal, my boy, black dude. He's my homeboy for years. He's
Oh,
a high
wow.
school principal.
Hold on. Is he a father?
Yeah,
A husband?
yeah.
How can any patriarchal male with two cents support BLM when they got it right up there that they ain't feeling you like that?
Man, people
Well, this
went
is what I
crazy in the
mean.
chat.
Caught up.
They're invested
They
in
get
the
they
idea
get
of fighting
caught up in the
racism.
hashtag, man. The hashtag Black Lives Matter. That sentence, man. That phrase. When you say that phrase, you automatically gain the allegiance of most black folks, because see, they don't see it as an organization that's all about, you know, the alphabet gang and all this other kind of nonsense, and they totally try to say, I think they I think they low key separatists, but that's another show. People hear Black Lives Matter, man, and they go right to thinking, oh yeah, Black Lives do matter. They don't think about the organization. They're not thinking about the organization at all, and they're blinded by those three words, man. Those three words capture us, man. They captivate us. They make us feel like someone's fighting for us. Someone's thinking about us. You know, black people, we're very susceptible to these type of messages, man. But go ahead.
But that right there only works or penetrates into those who have the victim mentality, as someone said earlier. I mean, if you look at it, these same people who are leading these same type of this movement right here, let's go ahead and, you know, on a hierarchical scale, let's just say, you know, as far as the gender is concerned, have done an extraordinary job of decimating the black family, the black community over the last 2 decades. Now you want to empower these motherfuckers politically and have them do that shit on a national level and put them on your boards, on your corporations. And you see all these corporations bending the knee to them. Shout out to Red Bull, because some shit happened this past week. Them motherfuckers, they aren't based in the United States. They fired them motherfuckers. They fired the vice president. They bring all that fuck shit up in there. They said, get the fuck out of here. We're here to sell energy drink.
National Baseball League said that they're going to embrace it.
Yeah, all the American institutions and the corporate institutions really are embracing this thing, and that's another thing too. Corey Haywood. When Brother Haywood was talking about what would we do, I think another thing that we need to embrace, and I think COVID has really kicked the door open wide for this to take place. Get your kids out of the public school, take them out of the university system as much as possible. If you have a daughter or a son who's approaching that age, convince them to go some kind of trade school, something else that's more of a pipeline to an actual productive job. The universities are corrupt, and they're the battlegrounds for indoctrination. They're not even a battleground. They're ground zero for indoctrination. So what you want to do is try as much as you can to keep your kids as close as possible and reinforce practical common values with them, so that when they do get of age where they have to go out into the world, they'll be less susceptible to this kind of indoctrination. If they have to, they'll do what they got to do to get through it, but they won't come out the other end as a preacher, as you know, a member of the church of racism and the church of intersectionality. Because all this BLM stuff right now, it's taking on the airs of some kind of religious movement. It feels like it's getting deeper than politics even. Like the fact that people want to fight you in the street over, like, you know, there was a story about the one lady who got killed because like two groups are passing by, one white, one black. So the black group says Black Lives Matter, and the girl in the white group says White Lives Matter, and there's a little
No, she said all lives matter. She
I mean,
said
all lives
all
matter. I'm
lives matter.
sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. She said all lives matter, right? And the thing is, somehow or another, she gets shot and killed later on after that little confrontation. And so people are really, really going crazy with this whole Black Lives Matter thing. They're taking it as an excuse to exact some kind of racial revenge. And this whole thing is it's beyond a political action movement for some black guy who got killed by a cop.
Yeah,
This
well,
thing is becoming
well,
very,
Black
very deep.
Black Lives Matter has commandeered it. They've commandeered the whole message. They've commandeered when you got them painting these goddamn 40-foot goddamn
Oh
letters
God.
in the middle of major metropolitan fucking cities, man. These people have commandeered whatever movement it was. BLM has commandeered it, man. They have commandeered it. And now that they've commandeered it, who the hell knows where it's going to go from here? Who knows?
And you know what? You know what? Let me just ask for your forgiveness beforehand for me jumping out the window. But this is just me personally. Um, this thing right here, and forgive me for putting on the tinfoil hat, but this thing is well past political. Is well past a political battle, civil war, an ideological battle, civil war. If I'm making a bet, it has to go, and it is. It has to be perceived as a spiritual war because, yeah,
I mean, ultimately, on one side, we have people that believe in the X and Y chromosome making one particular sex. Two Y chromosomes make the other, I think.
Well, look at Marxism itself as a religious movement, not as a political movement, and I think that would reset your approach to that question. It becomes clear that it's very much a religious battle.
I mean,
and you know what? I mean, full disclosure, I'm by no means a Bible toting Jesus freak, but I mean, I believe in structure, rules, order, foundation. You know, just goodness.
well, you
You know,
look at
and I don't believe it in a way to where I think that if you don't believe what I believe, then you're worse than me. This, that, and the other. I'm a basic, plain person. But when you really look at it, I don't know how else. I'm sorry, brother. Go ahead.
no. I'm sorry, man. Tommy Sotomayor did a story on a black woman who was out, quote unquote, protesting, and she had her phone in her hand, and she was so antagonistic towards the police. She was yelling in their faces, screaming at them, cursing at them, and something happened, and she lost several teeth. She got hit in the mouth by something, and she's raised. Yeah, I swear to God, it's on Tommy's one of Tommy's channels.
Yeah, I saw it.
The thumbnail is this black woman with all these teeth missing, and she's raised over $80,000. Where did this virulent anger towards police come from? Chances are, if this black woman had suffered any abuse in her life, it was done at the hands of another black person. I mean, where is this anger coming from? And what happens is we're being conditioned slowly, and teenagers see what's going on. They, social media. Hey, there's going to be a protest here, here, and here, and everybody shows up. Provocateurs are in the crowd whipping it up, and before you know it, things are being burned down. I tell you what, you come to my community and do that, I'm mounting my shit in the window and I'm laying down whoever touches my fucking property, dog.
That's it.
Well, let me propose a theory, because I'm not the most religious person, but the older I get and the more I look into the past and learn things and all the deep dark corners of history, the more of an appreciation I have for the Christian worldview. And even though I wouldn't go as far as to even call myself Christian, because I wouldn't dare set foot in church, I still do believe that the Christian worldview is more correct than incorrect, and in particular compared with other religions or atheism for that matter. And what I see happening is black people at one point were a very religious body, and what I
Yes.
think what I think we're seeing happen is as we become less religious and embrace some level of atheism or loose spiritualism that has no definitive boundaries, what you see is
Mm-hmm.
most people, all people have a lot of energies going on in their life. So it's like you have sexual energy, you have like aggression, that's a certain type of energy. And I think we have a religious energy. We have some kind of spiritual energy that compels us to the act of worship and to that's why everywhere you go, there's some kind of religious system for all cultures around the world. And I think what's happening now is that religious energy is being channeled into something far more insidious than you could ever criticize Christianity of doing.
Man, racism is our fucking religion, most of us. Most of us fucking racism is our fucking religion. I mean,
Yeah,
we
yeah.
bow down to it, we cry about it, we fucking complain to it, we fucking cry out to God about it. I mean, we put racism is so high on our priority list that many times we'll blame racism for things that racism doesn't have any fucking thing to do with. Racism is our religion. Many of us, that is our religion. We practice the religion of telling you how bad racism is and how racism will not only keep me from doing shit, it'll keep you from doing shit. And if you are doing shit, racism can come and take it away with the snap of a finger.
Well,
Mm-hmm.
brother X,
And,
the official term is intersectionality, which is a combination of racism, sexism, classism, colorism, and numerous isms I can't explain.
Oh yeah, there's too many isms to list.
If black if black America could get to the point where competent, productive, family-oriented black men could meet feminine, physically fit, cooperative, convivial, and submissive black women, and they come together and give birth to children and raise them, we in 2 generations we could literally run the world from America. Black
Absolutely.
America could run the world. Our children are the most creative, the most dynamic. This is not a put down on any other group of children. We just are. I mean, all other races came from us. We're the alpha and the omega. We're the original people of the planet. And if we ever got our shit together and raised our children properly, in 2 generations we could run the planet. We could run it. But
Well, let me take a stab at what Nick Cannon got canceled for and say it like this. At this present moment, especially when it comes to like the liberal and conservative divide in America, what I think really needs to happen on the conservative side, a lot of Republicans, especially, and conservatives to a lesser degree, they just don't have the balls to stand in the middle of the fight, take the punches, and give them back. And we need black men who are willing to like be the tip of the spear for the conservative movement. And I think that will be the thing that could help us come out of this little ditch that we're in as a nation and also as a black community.
Trump has done all he's done for black people directly and indirectly with getting 4% of the black female vote and 13% of the black male vote. What in the hell would this man do if 40% of black American men voted for Donald Trump? What feelings of obligation would he have to us? What
Well,
overtures would he make towards us?
well, technically none, because he only gets this one election. So if we all vote for him right now, he doesn't have the same obligation. But
No,
what
no,
you
no.
do have is pressure. No, no,
My
no, no.
point is,
I'm trying to think in the future. The pressure
okay.
because we need a candidate we need sustainable candidates and not just Donald Trump because Donald Trump can only do another term if we get our hopes up this year.
Well,
So what I'm suggesting is to look beyond Trump and to actually try to fertilize the ground for some other really hard edge based conservatives to take the stage. We need white men and black men who are not concerned or weighted down with the issues of the past to carry us forward. And that's really how I want to frame it.
but this is the problem, David. if Donald Trump does not get reelected, there may not be an America.
No, I'm fully with you. We need him. I'm not trying to take away from that at all. But
Okay.
I'm looking beyond him. Because let's say we do get the election, right? That's still only 4 years of Trump. What do we do with the black vote then? We turn back to the Democrat Party, or we give it away to some wishy-washy Republican? This is what I mean about being the tip of the spear for a conservative movement. It has to be beyond Trump.
Well,
But
I hate to bust you guys' bubbles, but I don't think Trump's gonna win, man. I don't think he's gonna win. I don't think he is, man.
I think he could pull it out.
In
Don't
this
trust the
climate,
polls, man. The polls killed him last time too.
yeah. Well, forget the polls. It's the climate, man. The climate of America right now is wrong for a Trump type candidate. If this
But you
COVID
understand
shit
that this is
and this
all done on purpose.
this Black Lives Matter shit and all this protests and all this bullshit, if none of this shit was going on, I would be like, yeah, Trump is a shit.
years.
Done to just kill.
Give me this really quick.
Too much bullshit going on right now. Too much bullshit.
Years why? And I'm only gonna skim over two of them. One, it's leadership. He's taken leadership, whether you like it or not, right or wrong. Somebody said earlier, as far as, okay, well, what does the Democratic Party have to go in and offer? What do these progressives have to offer? What is their plan? They don't have a plan. At least he has a plan. He's taking the bull by the fucking horns. Okay, he's leading. People want that. Two, safety. When the Democrats really fucked up and overplayed their hands with all this protest shit, because they aren't really even an aligned party. A lot of these motherfuckers protesting are burning bros. These motherfuckers out of colleges that were used to doing this shit in their fucking colleges and boycotting and burning shit down, and they can't go there no more, so they're hitting the goddamn streets. Liberals really weren't feeling that. And now the liberals are actually, they thought they would only go after the fucking conservatives or the right wings, but now they're coming after them, like that mayor in Seattle found out. And so they're like, listen, at least this guy is showing that he can put the hammer down. So they may not like him, but he can shut this shit down. I think on that alone, again, the leadership and him being to provide an aura of safety. And this is not me being a Trump fan, but just the overwhelming majority of this country is in the middle, like me. Or just they're in the middle. They aren't right or left, they're in the middle. And he knows how to play. I mean, he's not even playing to that. That's who he's always going after. So by him getting that, he's going to be able to get the vote because the overwhelming majority or the swing vote, call it what you want, is in the middle. And I'll go ahead and mute because I think somebody else wanted to chime in.
Well, yeah, I'll jump in there. Oh, go ahead, Nate.
Hold up. I haven't heard from Brother Haywood in a minute. Brother Haywood, you still with us? Brother Haywood? Brother Haywood probably sleep. Brother Haywood? Paging Brother Haywood. All right, he's not there. Go ahead.
Yeah, what you want to consider also about all this acrimony in the streets and these protests and this violence, a lot of women are seeing this and they're terrified. Okay, 55% white women voted for Trump last time. If they're instilling fear in the hearts of white suburban women and black suburban women, I'm hearing more and more black women saying I'm voting for Trump, and not even because of those two kind of ridiculous women that are his something in silk,
Diamond and Silk.
Yeah, I'm not fans of them.
They're ridiculous. They are totally ridiculous.
They are totally ridiculous. But the fact of the matter is, I watch ABL. I hear black women calling it to his show. I look at the chat. There's several black women. Tommy's got several black women in his chat that are pro-Trump. Dude, he may get 10, 15% of the black female vote. Black America might put him over. And again, I know we got to look beyond Trump, but exactly. if he does not get reelected, there may not be a future to look forward to in this country. Just to be
sure. Well, let me add a little bit more hope to this too, because one thing I want people to realize is that if you ever looked at a Trump rally and just looked at the press coverage, one, you had the people outside. So they basically had to fight, like run a little gauntlet to get inside the rally in the first place because there were counter protests and people trying to fight the Trump supporters and all this craziness going on. So that's dedication, that's enthusiasm, and he can pack an audience. I mean, he can pack an auditorium, a stadium rather, with tens of thousands of people just in one city with just raw enthusiasm. And you can't get anyone to do that for Joe Biden. I think Joe Biden, I was just watching someone's live stream earlier, and they were talking about how Joe Biden tried to do a live stream, and he could barely get 19 people on the freaking internet.
Oh,
Oh,
God
let
damn.
alone in an
I could get
auditorium.
19. I could
Did you
get
see
15.
his actual freaking town hall meeting? It was less than 19 people in the room with him then. I mean, nobody fucking likes this old guy. So they have an issue, and the only way they can generate any kind of enthusiasm for any sort of Democrat politics is protests, which are really riots, which are really designed to get the media more and more stories to say Trump is the bad guy. This is
Yeah,
And do
that's
you
one
why.
know?
bad
That's
Democratic
why
You
I'm
know?
psyop,
saying.
if I really
That's why
could
I'm.
get to say.
And let
That's
me
why.
add to this.
That's why I'm saying what I'm saying because the climate right now. The climate is this whole racial injustice, protests, and police brutality, and Trump's a racist, and all that kind of shit. I think it's going to be hard. I
Hey,
think it's
hey,
going to be
Let me
hard
break it
for
down,
Trump
X.
It's a media
to win this
psyop.
one.
Don't believe it. It's a
Let
media
me break it down,
psyop.
X. Now, what you got here is that the assumption is that white people, which make up about 70% of the country, are actually falling for this stuff. When in reality, white people are like, fuck no. For the majority of white people, are like, this shit is crazy. The silent majority, they're mainly afraid to speak their values because you got crazy groups of black and white people attacking conservatives out there.
Correct.
And the movement isn't about Republicans right now. The movement is about conservatism and getting back to American values, which people feel they're going to
Correct.
lose. And you can look up hashtag walkaway campaign, 1 million strong.
Yes.
Officer Tatum's built over 1 million following in like a couple months based on what's going on. ABL, Hodge twins, Candace Owens is like, Candace Owens, if she was old enough, she could run for president right now and win. She could beat Trump,
Yeah.
basically just on the support of
Yeah.
white people. That's how strong the
Yeah.
conservative movement is. This rise of the new conservative, not these Republicans that are scared to speak up. And that's why Trump is going to win this in a landslide. I'm talking like Ronald Reagan, Walter Mondale, in my opinion.
Mhm.
well, I
You know, and I've often said, and just to sidetrack a little bit, I've often said in the manosphere that black people, they have much more leverage playing the American card than they do playing the black card. And the
Yeah.
black card is that victimization card, but that American card, is a motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? If you understand the opportunities, the avenues, the leverage, all the things that you can take advantage of in this country, black folks have much more upside playing the American card than they do that old "we shall overcome" black card. That dog don't hunt no goddamn more. You know?
Honestly, white people do not respect it. They don't respect it. They look at it as freaking clownish. This whole week, they know that, look, you already got everything you wanted. The civil rights movement's been gone over 50 years. You got it. Malcolm, Martin, what did they say? Huey said, our job is 90% done. Huey was like the last one. Here's the baton.
And,
Not only
and,
that,
and, and not only that, but tell me why other black or even darker, like someone said earlier, darker, more melanated black folks can come over here holding up their pants by the goddamn shoestring, and in one generation do what motherfuckers can't do in 3-4 generations. So how the fuck can you say that the deck is stacked like that? You
Well,
can't.
yo,
well,
the
well. You
same
have
those same
people.
people who were leading the civil rights era, and I always get chastised for bringing this up, and all black conservatives do probably, but they didn't have this giant anchor of Chicago, of LA in the '90s, or even now, of Detroit, of St. Louis, Missouri, like all these major black cities that have all this explosions and black murders. Like black people weren't just murdering each other left and right back when they were marching across the bridge to Selma. All the
Because
stuff,
they
even
had
the
daddies. Because
criminality
they
that
had
existed
daddies.
back then was contained.
Yeah, it's different now because you got, I mean, you got a section of black people who are running around. You know, I'm not going to say it's a majority. It's a small minority of us that are doing that. You know, that's a small percentage of us. I don't think that's the bulk of us. It's a small
Correct.
percentage of us running around, shooting folks in the head, robbing, stealing, selling dope, setting fires, robbing liquor stores and shit like that.
But
Then,
the problem is, Xavier, these are the men that are giving birth to the new generation of black children also.
oh yeah, that's a problem. That's
And
a problem.
the majority of Black America and the left, the lefties, will not call out the dysfunction and say it's fucked up. I mean, you
Of
can look
course
at
not.
Lori Lightfoot, Beetlejuice, freaking turning down aid. How in Chicago, when you got freaking
You know
kids,
what? Mud face. I call him mud face.
yeah, when you got kids, you got babies dying every single weekend. How in the world can you turn down federal aid when you got babies dying every
You,
weekend?
you know what
And
she
she had
said?
the nerve to give
She
a
said,
speech and say, I'm going to do
check her out.
everything in my power. But she openly refuses federal aid and then gives a speech alongside all the detectives and cops that are working the cases right now and says, oh, I'm going to do everything in my power and talk about all the young men that are hurting in the city. But you don't want to send them any, you don't want to take the one major help that you can get essentially for free.
But did you hear what she said? She said, I will not allow Donald Trump to send federal soldiers in to terrorize Chicago's citizens. They're being
Right,
terrorized by the citizens of Chicago.
See, that's the
right.
thing. That's the thing, man. Like, you know, fine. You know, these female mayors, you know,
There it is. Make it
like
plain.
like
Tell him.
bottoms and all the
Yep.
rest of them.
Right here in
Fine,
Atlanta. Yep.
fine if they don't want the federal aid, but god damn it, get up there and at least say this is bullshit. At least
Correct.
at least get up there and say, hey, look, you Negroes done lost your damn minds in this city. I mean, get up there and say
You know,
something
I mean,
to that accord.
the
At least make us try to convince us that you, at the very least, as the leader of this city, sees this as a problem.
their
They don't even
standards
do
are too
that.
fucking low. Their standards are too fucking low. Their standards are too fucking low. That's one. Two, some of these motherfuckers got connections because, you know, they may be Delta, Sigma, Summa Cum Laude, and their homegirl, but, oh, you know, that's my girlfriend's little Junebug nephew, and, you know, he didn't do this or do that, and they be letting these little fucking park apes fucking run free and do all this fucking fuck shit.
Well, that's another
You know
thing.
what I'm saying?
I
Because they
wouldn't call
fucking
it
connected
standards.
like that.
No, no, listen, I wouldn't even call it standards. It's ideology. What they believe won't allow them to act properly.
Mm.
So when you say we need to actually police the streets, then they hit you with the oh Lil Junebug just he wasn't doing nothing for real. Lil Junebug's riding around with a freaking automatic rifle shooting his enemies.
But
Fucking exactly.
you
Fucking
gotta remember,
low or no
brother David.
standards. They will excuse out shit. You know, I have this conversation often with sisters or females, and you know, because of what we do, we go into different type of neighborhoods and whatever. The shit that's acceptable that they would see as acceptable or try to explain away, other communities won't even tolerate that shit. They
Absolutely
will be
not.
fucking baffled. Like, how the fuck do y'all let that shit fucking happen or go down?
But
There ain't no excuse for that.
you gotta
You
think,
know,
man.
like AOC
Other,
was saying last week, that the crime rate is up in New York because motherfuckers want a loaf of bread. So this guy walking hand in hand with his 6-year-old daughter gets shot for a loaf of bread. Man, I'm watching so much murder shit right now go down. And you telling me because this motherfuckers want? No, it's not motherfucker. Hey, and then I got into a little debate with my little lady friend saying, well, it's because it's mostly the homeless people they're mentally ill. I'm like, When was the last time a homeless motherfucker could get a $300 burner or drive a motherfucking car and do a drive-by? When the homeless people start fucking doing drive-bys in cars?
Homeless people,
Man, speaking of the
homeless
craziness,
want
I don't,
bread.
I
That's
don't
what's
think y'all.
doing all the murder.
I don't think y'all seen
Homeless,
my
breadless people. Homeless, breadless murderers.
Homeless
That's what we're
people!
looking at.
yo. My last drop, y'all. You got you got a gang. You got a gang of kids in Chicago running around doing carjackings. The youngest one was 10 years old. They committed like 23 carjackings. 10 years old.
And these women, again, these women, somebody called it out in a manosphere. It may have been Sigma or somebody, may have been like about a year and a half ago, about all these judges, like especially in like Texas. They're getting all the, and they let these motherfuckers get passes, man.
Well,
They're letting them get
they're
passes. They may be 10 years old doing these jackings. They slap them on the wrist, giving them passes, man. We need motherfuckers like Giuliani to come back, lock this shit down, show your motherfucking ID, where the fuck you going, who you gonna see, lock this shit down, man. Get
well,
this shit under
These,
control because
these judges.
you have to protect the goddamn citizens. There are elderly people, there are good, decent people, hardworking people in these neighborhoods that have
Hey,
to go through this fuck shit.
they're
They need
about
to be
to
protected. They need to be protected.
they're about to end cash bail. You'll get arrested and you'll be released until your court.
Oh God, no.
They're going to end cash bail, from what I understand, in Portland. That they're considering getting, and they're also going to close down one of the local jails. It has 1,900 offenders in it, and they're talking about closing it down. Dude,
Escape from New York, the movie.
this is the collapse of our country, gentlemen. That's what this is. That's why I don't think civil war is hyperbole. I don't think civil war is a ridiculous thing to discuss, because that's this is where we're headed.
Play this out. Play this out. Okay, play this out. Play this out. Play this out.
At this point.
Okay, no. The brother with the blue eye. Play this out. I'm not doubting you, but put the pieces together. How that doesn't go from an isolated Seattle, isolated Portland, isolated NYC, and gets to me in fucking rural Georgia. How does that?
Oh
Yeah.
no, I can explain it very well because it's not isolated. If you're talking about something that's not only isolated on the West Coast, but even in Philadelphia, they just made a declaration of we will reject any federal troops. So what's kind of happening is almost like a call for people to now pressure federal buildings in different cities the way they're pressuring them in Portland. And now you're calling for a response, which Trump has to do something, which is to send more federal troops out. So I don't know if it's gonna lead to a complete like North-South type civil war. What's gonna happen first and foremost is the collapse of a lot of major blue cities. And I can't call that a civil war outright unless Trump does something really hyper aggressive, which I don't really see it going that way. And civil war, I think, is a it's an
Well,
overblown term for what we understand. Definitely, it's apt, but not the way we understand it.
Well,
This is
when I
Sword
my
you know what I
2.0.
think you're gonna see in some of these cities where you have these, you got these female Democrat mayors and whatnot. I think you're gonna see clashes between local authorities and federal authorities. That's what I
when I,
think.
when,
That's what we're having right
I
now.
believe
when
so.
I
The
say
police, the
Uh,
police are 100% on the side of the of daggone conservatives. The police.
when I say civil war, I'm not talking about something Trump would be involved in. What I'm talking about are leftists, SJWs, Antifa marching into communities where people are going to say, "You're not coming in here,"
Oh
and
yeah,
that's the civil war I'm talking about.
they will
Yeah, I
get
can
lit
see
the
that.
fuck up.
You coming into my neighborhood, like the Slotskys, I think their name is Schlotsky in St. Louis. And you step foot on my fucking lawn, I'm gonna lay you down.
Well,
Period.
Lil Big Nate, let me offer something. If I was really in a position to make this happen, this is how I would try to address this. And this is some Machiavellian shit, right? I would get like every biker gang on the West Coast to go beat the shit out of everybody in downtown Portland right now.
Yeah,
Bro, that's the hood conservatives for you right there. That's how
I
we
like that.
roll.
I like that. I
Keep
like
my hands clean. Listen, the feds didn't do nothing. You got a problem? Take it up with those one percenters.
Yep. Well, that's a good place to end it because it's damn near 2 o'clock.
I know, man. Got me
I
on the
got,
fucking
I got,
computer till 2 a.m. What are you
I
doing?
got, to, I got to be up in the morning. So everybody, take your part in shots. Pull the trigger. Whoever want to go
Man,
first.
X, you make me want to fire up, man. Just fire up the stream and keep this going.
I'm going to sleep. I'm going to sleep, brother. I
Oh man,
got
Yeah, I
I'll
gotta
catch.
go
I'll
too.
catch the playback. I'll catch the
no
playback.
doubt, no doubt. No, I got to keep on going. I'm driving to Lincoln, Nebraska, man. I'm just in Illinois right now.
Oh wow. Okay. Be safe, bro. Be safe.
Yeah, no doubt.
I'll go first. Black man, tool up. Tool the fuck up. Get trained with your weapons. Get plenty of ammunition. Have 6-8 months worth of food. There's plenty of companies selling storable foods. Get plenty of water. They are. I'm not saying all this is being done to defeat Trump, but they're using all of this to be able to defeat him. All these things that are happening are being used, not that they're here to destroy Trump. They're being used by the media to destroy him. Harvard University did a study, and they found that 93% of what MSNBC and 95% of what CNN reports on Donald Trump is negative. How is that humanly possible without this man being Lucifer? How is that even possible? With the best economy in 50 years and manufacturing coming back and everything was moving so well until COVID and now the death of George Floyd. These things are being used to damage him and damage his presidency. Don't fall for it. Don't fall for it. And tool the fuck up, y'all. That's it.
Appreciate that. And let me just go ahead and piggyback off that. I'll be brief. Once they break your self-esteem, they control you. Once they break your self-esteem, they control you. All this shit with the racism, with the you are a victim, is to break your self-esteem to make you feel helpless, like you can't like you can't succeed against it. And once they have you broken down and you accept that, they won't give you a solution. They will go ahead and they will, make you subordinate to them so that they can control you. So just be mindful of that. Protect your head, protect your paradigm, protect your self-esteem, protect your self-image. Know that you can't be stopped, that there's no racism, supremacy that can't fuck with you, that can't stop with you. And have a constitution, have something that you believe in that is uncompromising, that you won't waver off of. You don't have to stand on the pulpit and preach it out to everybody, but don't let your family take it from you. Don't let that good sweet piece of pussy take it from you. Don't let none of that take that shit from you. Stand on something that you're willing to fucking die for. Die on that hill, die on that shield. Have a constitution that you believe in, that you own. Because if you don't have something, you know what I'm saying, that you own, then anyone can come in there, inject any little couple seeds in your head, co-opt you, and own you. And once they break you down and have you believe that you are a victim, then they can control you. That's the game. Stand on your square, as the brothers up north say. Stand on your square. That's it. You brothers have a good night.
All right, Bream. Next. Trey.
Well, I'll go ahead.
David.
But everybody can hear me. The new conservative, black conservative, hood conservatives, we're here to stay. Brothers are, like I said, waking up. and they're putting values and standards first. And once you do that, everything else falls in line. Your life is going to go differently. And as you're going to see out here, once you're on this side, you'll see that a lot of people think the same way you do. That whole narrative, like the handout mentality, the racism that's holding us back, it all goes away. Like you're oblivious to it. Like Nate said, if you know the small, minute percentage that's there, but you gotta stand on it. You can't waver and go back and say, "Oh, I missed." And the other thing, I'm just warning you for anybody to catch the replay or listening, is that you got to be ready that comes along with it. You're going to be called a coon, a sellout, whatever, bootlicker, Uncle Tom. You just got to be able to deal with it. And anybody that tries to say it in your face, especially, you know, snowflakes, white liberals, they're going to try you. You got to look at them dead in the eye and let them know you'll knock their teeth out. We're not the Republicans of old. It ain't happening. We will beat a motherfucker ass. But, you know, handle your business out there. Don't be afraid to freaking just speak your mind and be about what you want. Put yourself first, black men. And if you notice, if you go back in time and look at your history, we've always been conservative. These last 60 years, just throw them away and go somewhere. Let's take it somewhere new now. That's all I got. Catch me on my channel, y'all. Trade MBD.
All right, brother David.
Yeah, I want to actually just jump in what he was saying too, man. Black men, if we really mean what we say about all this black aggression, this melanin power and all that, we got to channel all this black energy into something fully productive. And that means standing on your square. And you know, I forget who was saying that before, but you know, find some values, some principles that are worth dying for, and stand on your square. And that's how I found myself in this old conservative circle in the first place. I've been on a little bit of like a journey trying to reset my own values, and sooner or later I found myself here. But along the way, I've learned enough facts and logical arguments that I have no problem standing in the middle of it and taking the heat, because I know I can defend not only my positions but my person. So you just got to be that guy that's willing to take it, because ultimately I know I'm right, and what I believe can save more people than what's going on right now. So you know, with that, have a good night, and I'll catch you guys on the next panel.
Absolutely.
Absolutely, man. You're all welcome up here anytime on the TPOT YouTube page. You know. I'd like to thank everybody for showing up tonight and hanging out with us for damn near 4.5 goddamn hours. Good conversation tonight. I'm just gonna say this, man. I don't have a problem with brothers being conservatives, because I know some of my views are somewhat conservative. And like I told y'all earlier, man, I've been an independent slash unaffiliated for years, for like half of my life. You know, I left the Democratic plantation a long time ago. Now, have I not voted for Democrats during that time? That would be a lie. I have, but I vote my issues. I vote my conscience. I vote what I believe. Um, doesn't really matter to me what you have behind your name, whether it's an R or a D. I am going to vote the issues that concern me. I'm going to vote. I'm going to vote for my interests. I'm going to vote for the interests of my wife, my offspring, my grandchildren. That's what I'm going to do. If you're a Republican and you can convince me that your policies will serve me and them, you'll get my vote. If you're a Democrat and you can convince me that your policies will serve me and them, you will get my vote. That's just what it is. The question is, who can convince me? Who can convince me? I'm not obligated to any goddamn party. You got to earn my vote. You don't just get it because my mama voted for you and my grandmama voted for you and my sisters and brothers are voting for you. Nope. We are beyond that. We are past that. We are in a new day. We are in a new time. So you got to earn my vote at this point. And I will say to everybody out there, I will never be one to tell you who to vote for, but I will tell your black ass to get out there and vote. Because if you don't vote, you can't fucking complain. BMT, what's good with it, man?
That was a great show, X. I learned so much. It was like watching Schoolhouse Rock. That was a great
Oh
show.
God.
Me and my friends, I had like, I said it
Do
to
you
my friends. I was like, you watch this shit with
do
me.
do you have any parting shots? Because you know we about to wrap this shit up.
Yeah, I do.
And it's 2:00. Go
Vote.
ahead.
Yes, vote and express your views. Oh, I know Preem was a conservative. I can't take that. That nigga, shit. I know Preem was one. Uh, but yeah, I like I said, man. This if you ain't talking and hold people and hold your legislative Congress accountable. You paying them, so you make them accountable for every dime they use of your money. And you know what I'm saying? And hey, protect what's yours. You know what I'm saying? I believe that's the art that all men these days that we need to be on code about. You know, you don't have to be monolithic, but damn it, man. If I see us paying taxes or something and they misrepresenting our money and our funds and stuff, then we all need to be saying something about that. Not just one of us or two of us. We all need to be saying something about that. If you ain't saying nothing about that, then other people they're gonna do whatever they want with your stuff. And they're gonna run it, dry. They're gonna say, well, you didn't show up. So you gotta start looking into this kind of thing, or you're gonna be having hell to pay. So yeah, man. But yeah. Let's get it rocking. Drain the swamp, baby. Let's drain the swamp.
Oh yeah. So I'm gonna close out with a few programming notes, folks. A few programming notes. Tomorrow we will have the one and the only Dr. Phoenix will be in the house tomorrow, and Dr. Phoenix will be coming in here and he'll be talking about the cost of the COVID crisis. Dr. Phoenix is going to be giving black folks an update on this here COVID thing and some new things about COVID that you may not know. All right. So make sure you have your black behinds here tomorrow, 9:30 p.m. Eastern time on the T.P.O.T YouTube page. Brother Doc Phoenix will be in the house dropping jewels like he always does. Now, Saturday, we're going to be doing a debate, folks. I got one in the works. I don't know who it's going to be exactly first, but we will be throwing down Saturday, 8:00. Just look for the thumbnail. You'll see who it is. I'll probably have it up by like tomorrow or something like that. So just peep the thumbnail. I know y'all was looking for a debate tonight, but I figured we'd do something a little different, kind of pivot a little bit and do something a little different. So don't be mad at me. So we're going to take a few moments to do a little station identification, and we're going to be right back. I will see you on the other side of these here.
Open your mind. Hey guys, T.P.O.T. on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. But you knew that already.
Open your mind.
Peace, everyone. You may have noticed the super chat icon is missing because T.P.O.T has been demonetized. Yes, so if you would like to show your support, we would really appreciate it. If so, you have to use the Cash App or StreamYard donation tab. We won't let the speech police at YouTube stop you from showing your support to T.P.O.T. Remember, StreamYard and Cash App is how you donate to T.P.O.T. Thank you.
And one more thing, folks. Kiss my black ass YouTube. Now back to the show.
You know.
Yeah. So another one in the record books, y'all. It done messed around and got late, and we've been here 4.5 hours. I hope y'all enjoyed it. I'd like to thank everybody for coming out tonight, man. You know, my good people in the chat, my moderators always here doing what they got to do. And most importantly, man, I want to thank you, man, for hanging out with us for 4.5 hours, you know, watching us and listening to us. It's always appreciated, and it's always good to be up here with you, good folks. Let me thank all my guests. I want to thank Brother Preem for coming through, Brother Trey, Brother David Monroe, Brother BMT, my man, Brother Nate, and my boy, Brother Haywood, for coming through. Make sure you go down there and subscribe to all these guys, man. Check them out and hear what they got to say, man. And who knows, your black ass might just learn something. You might just learn something. You might just learn something. So, with that, I will leave you with 3 words. You know, like I always do. Open your mind, your mind, your mind, your mind. Peace, folks.
So, a community is where you control your money, control your commerce, you control your education, you control your house. We don't control none of that. We live in a hood. Well, what about the big group that said, get out? Well, my cousin, he's a multi-millionaire, $1 million. 3 PhDs, working on 2 more. Driving down the street in Chicago, in his Rolls Royce, enjoying himself, and he hit his siren, looked to the rear, and his top saw flashing lights. He squeezed the steering wheel, man. Heartbeat fast. Because he knows the price of a Negro, what it could be. And then when that cop car passing by, he said, thank God, he wasn't after you in the first place, Bob. That Negro that you can't get away from. The university, they wasn't coming after you. But all your billions, with your Rolls Royce, with your PhD, didn't help. That's good. Why do you think you never pick up a paper treatment over and over? See white families come in thousands of black cops in America. Why don't you see white girls crying as black cops? I found out one part. I took the back of the head. Why do you think black cops are going to sit? Think they're more spiritual? Think they're going to no. They got enough sense to know that white folks ain't gonna tolerate it. And I will stop in our neighborhood when we decide we will not tolerate. Now, if we were organized, which is hard to organize people who are simply run crazy, you don't know you. But if we were, with the money we have, and the many people who would come to our aid that don't know what it's like to be a Negro, and we said, look, we saying, if we don't get a federal law to deal with police brutality, that any time a cop or anybody carry a gun have to have a license just like you to drive a car. And if you use it wrongly, you lose your license. And if it's upheld, you can never work again as a cop or a store boy or a private detective. Now, how do you get Congress to protect you? You take your economic power and you call on your friends, black, white, young and old, and say this coming Christmas, if we don't have a federal law to outlaw police brutality by law, we call for a nationwide for a happy Christmas in the store on Thanksgiving on the case of it. 79% of all retail in America happens between Thanksgiving and Christmas. People stay in business all year. Lose money just for Christmas, huh? Well, what happened now? Huh? Saturday Avenue, Toys R Us, Sears over, Western House. They will get the bill, and all they got to do is make one phone call and say, Harry, Senator, I want that bill pushed through in 3 days. Okay, it's economic. It's that simple. But we have the power, but the system has wiped us out so bad.
Only from the Prophet of Thought series media.
Open your mind.